What's the
That's
need for it?
right.
That's why you get the doll study, trying to examine, like, you know what I'm saying? What would make a black child think that a white doll? So I'm saying, like, before that, they weren't even asking those questions. So anytime new questions are asked, new theories and idea has to be formed around those ideas.
Hmm. Hmm. Absolutely. And to say that, I mean, there's an argument that you're saying, Logic, that's correct, that yeah, they were probably pushing up against frameworks like universal cultural theory. Um, but that falls in the tradition of a lot of the thinking as it at that time to really universalize quite a few concepts and key terms that was describing, some of the work. Racism, they did create a very universal definition to support their argument of racism. Paul Gilroy was one of the leading scholars to really push this racial essentialism into the discourse of racism, the definition of racism, to create a dynamic where anybody can fit within the realm of racism. And that was a counter narrative and a counter argument to the leading construction of racism that was pushing its power dynamics and power analytics into the definition that was based on historical data. You had economists, you had some politicians, you had social commentaries, you had psychologists, you had sociologists who are all the kind of starting to move into this direction of defining racism from this structural analysis, that you can't separate racism as a practice from how it manifests in politics and economics and government and these systems perspective. And so there was a narrative to say, well, we don't want to accept that power dynamics of racism. We want to look at it from this framework that it can be universal and anybody could be racism. And so you had, this trend of thought that even, quite a few people, I'm gonna say Kimberly Crenshaw falls into that to some degree, that anybody could perpetuate this idea of racism. Now she's might be a little bit more controversy in supporting that, but she picks up some of the same language and some of the same concepts in some of her writings and her speeches that you can hear put forth by Paul Gilroy, who again was one of the leading scholars talking about racial essentialism as being a core tenet of racism. And so you're seeing these different arguments and frameworks competing with each other on what racism is and who's classified as a racist. It was much more clear in the 60s and the 70s on who was a racist. But as the 70s and the 80s and the 90s started rolling around, it became more complicated, and people and scholars started to put forth different arguments on what that framework means. And so, again, we're here in the Discord having a conversation on who could be classified as a racist. And it depends on what of the three, four, maybe five definitions of racism that you subscribe to in order to place someone in that framework.
I just believe they muddy the water so much. That's the reason why we have the problem.
Right, right. And
Yeah,
let me
I was able to look up like there are some other fields that openly reject it. There are some other branches of psychology that openly reject it. There's even one about Aboriginal psychology that talks about trying to view psychology from their cultural lens. You can see that.
yeah, you have to like show it to me. I dropped the link in this Discord and tagged you in it. It's from the National Library of Medicine. So I'm gonna read the story, the part that deal with anti-blackness and psychiatry and psychology. So this is a National Library of Medicine. This is written by the psychologists in the field and people in the APA, chastising the APA and critiquing it, right? So I'm gonna start where it says, and Bembe posted that it said, in the broadest sense, interventions against non-Western people were driven by two assumptions. Non-Western populations should be like us, and two, non-Western peoples are not capable of being like us. Said black people in particular bore the brunt of this surveillance and control within the United States where the political economy relied heavily on the enslavement and dehumanization of African people. So it said the perceived inferiority of Black people guided the development of psychology and its use on these communities, leading to the use of psychology in the acculturation of people to Western capitalism and white supremacy. Like that's coming out of the National Library of Medicine. I dropped a source in there so you can kind of get a good understanding of it. But that's a good place to start.
Yeah, it is.
So you don't have to
Now,
rely
Thank you
even
for
on
with
you
that,
don't
this
have to
Salute.
rely on
racial,
Black scholars. You don't have to rely
even
on
with
Black scholars. All that is from them in their field, and they source Akbar and Nobles and other people of Black mass studies so forth. So go ahead, Express.
Absolutely.
even with the racism, and there's a reason why I won't let people tag me into this time argument, because the time argument is too much of a blanket, and it actually works in reverse, because you start giving arguments for it kind of goes into, then if I accept that time argument, then we got to start having conversations about Hitler and this person and that person and Mao, and what did they do because of the time. So that's why I stay away from it. Not that it's not a valid conversation to have. The other part is anytime you blanket an entire race's identity into a specific thing that isn't true at all, that's racism. Now, there's different forms of racism. So I think that might be a better conversation. I don't think in the 60s and 70s we had the power or any kind of like we could be prejudiced, right? But we didn't have the power to actually say all white people were this and then start making legislation or start, changing things. But now, Mujasi, and just so we're clear too, this is gonna sound crazy, but I hope to you it might not. If I say Frances Cress Welsing was racist because her theory was racist, right? I don't think that that's a bad thing. Do you get that point? Like,
I do.
I'm
I
not I'm
do.
not
Yeah,
saying
it's
that
weird.
she's
I do. I get
yeah,
what you're
yeah, okay,
saying.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So like I'm saying what she was doing was wrong, but I completely understand it. It's when someone tells me that she wasn't racist just because they thinking the slave master on the plantation or Shockley. That's not what I'm saying. That's why I say some of these arguments got to be separated. I fully understand why she did melanin theory and white genetic annihilation. I understand it, but I can, in this very same voice, say it was racist. But that's what she needed to do. That's what she wanted to do. Would me in 2025 say because she maybe should have done something different? Yes. Am I qualified to tell her what she should have did? No. It's just I saw what other people did in the time that had the same education as her, and I think it was just as effective. That's why I always call out Kenneth and Mamie Clark. That dog test still resonates today. And if they would have done that in an unscientific way or done it in a more of a malicious racial essentialist way, then I don't think it would still have the same power today, similar to white genetic annihilation and melanin theory. It's not relevant at all today, other than grifters and pseudos who want to take advantage of Black people. And that's not even what she meant it for. So when I say that she's racist, I don't want you to think I'm thinking Klan or something like that. I'm thinking more along the lines of it had a flaw. And it needs to be recognized that somebody got to say it's not real and actually call it what it is, so that when Umar does it on a stage and starts grifting and selling tickets and making money from it, somebody can say, yeah, that sounds amazing, but it's not real and it's racist. And then I think that's how you would help people more today.
Let me ask you this though: Do you think that like I can say something that's racist or can be considered racist, but that wouldn't necessarily make me a racist?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
and then you like even with policy, right? There are policies created that they may end up being racist because they end up affecting a particular group, right? But it doesn't
Hmm.
mean the person was racist. So
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
looking at that type of separation, right? And
No,
then I
Yeah.
want to say also
Yeah.
like time matters because like you know we don't consider Nat Turner what he did in killing white children, you don't consider that as a racist act, right? Because of the times. You know what I'm saying? Right? Nobody called Nat Turner a racist,
Well, the people that
Right.
right?
was well, the people that he was killing at the times, it wasn't racist because the people that if there were black people that was doing it, he'd have killed them too. So it wasn't targeting white
all we
people. It's just white people were.
no, he was, yeah. I mean, but we think he was targeting white. We're not gonna. I mean,
No,
maybe
no, no,
if he
no,
was
no.
not.
What I'm saying, no, no. I understand that. What I'm saying is the reason why it's not racist to me is because it's not like he targeted white people. White people were the people that were doing it. They were the only
It's
people that could do it. So he didn't. There was no one else to target. There wasn't no Chinese. There wasn't
not,
no
but
this, that, and
it
other.
doesn't matter. He's not racist because of they say that he's not racist because it was liberation. It was rebellions, right? So when you name people like Hitler and Mao, like those are like oppressive forces. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You
but
got to look at the bonds of the people being oppressed is not judged the same as the one doing the oppression. So
yeah,
that's
but
why the
Hitler.
time that is.
Reason why I brought up Hitler is because Hitler felt he was fully justified to do what he did.
Yeah, all do, even Thanos.
Yeah,
You know
but
what
he
I'm saying?
based it off of what the Jews were doing to them. And then when he got into power, his party got into power, that was his form of retribution, but he felt fully justified. That was the
Yeah,
whole
most people
thing.
do. Yeah, most people do.
But we can't say the times. A German can't come to me and say, look at the times.
No, no, the time. No, I'm saying, but the time is relevant. That's why other scholars who may have said racist thing had racist ideas. They don't label them as racist because they understand the condition that they're in, and they give grace because these are the people. I mean, they're oppressive people. You feel they're being oppressed. They're not the dominant society. That's why they get that grace.
And my grace is, I understand. Mind you, this is my opinion. This ain't a clinical thing. I'm just saying, my grace is recognizing it for what it was and leaving it right there. Not to like in hindsight, I could say she could have pushed the melanin theory forward or something like that, but she knew it wasn't scientific, so there was no point in that. Um, but I don't. I guess there's levels to racism, right? So um, I just don't look at her as Shockley. Shockley is different to me. Now seeing them both on the same stage, I can see just in that. I'm gonna watch some more stuff, but just in seeing her on the same stage with someone, I don't want anyone to think I think that she was him, even if they were saying
Right.
the same thing. That was a higher level of racism. I can't explain it, but when you see them two juxtaposed, he was different. It was different. It wasn't just because he was white. He was the way he was talking about just dysgenics. In 2025, it was weird to hear him say the word retarded. Um, it was just the way he was talking. You couldn't even tell if he was telling the truth when he was talking. Like even when he
I
was trying
tend
to, Crowder was trying to get him to be kind of come closer to the middle, and he was really right wing, and then he was trying to go further right wing, and I don't know. He was a slippery paws motherfucker. Fuck William
I think
Shockley for the record.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I think what you seeing and observing in that debate is a clear distinction between even the conceptual definitions of racism and what racist is. And that's why it's hard to pin Dr. Wilson down as a racist because Dr. Shockley was a pure white supremacist. And he was what at that time in the 70s, a modern white supremacist. And then it shows up differently in the 80s, and it shows up
A
differently in
liberal.
the 90s. He was
He
a
was a
liberal,
liberal
right?
white
Yeah, he
He
was
was
a
supremacist.
a
liberal
liberal.
white supremacist of that
His
time.
words were the
And
motherfucking
here's the
words were.
crazy thing. He was on the fringe still because there was still a level of white scholarship that was shifting him to the side and said he's extreme. He's a little fanatical. But you had people who agreed with him, who were supporting him. You had Dr. Arthur Jensen that came out publicly, Dr. Richard Land, Dr. Charles Murray. He didn't publicly come out and say, I support him. But some of his work in hereditarianism around the IQ can be questionable, and whether or not he was kind of like a scholastic mentor to Charles Murray. And so there's some pieces in that where you're seeing this connection of how
Let me get that out the other way.
he shows up
Mute
as a
your mic, Logic.
racist compared to how Dr. Welsing is using race thinking and logic to make her argument. And so there's a book that I seem like I'm always throwing some books out. Mahmoud El-Kati, he got a book called The Myth of Race and the Reality of Racism. Phenomenal book, short read. I think it's probably like 120 pages total. And he breaks down in very simplistic terms the difference between the idea and race thinking, where we construct just some ideas around race in the language, and the reality of racism, how it manifests politically, economically, socially, blah, 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 institutional. And in that piece, he makes the argument that it's difficult to separate historically, based on the data of what we have from historiography and politics and everything else, that you can't separate racism from white supremacy. It's difficult. So when a person shows up and they're expounding these ideas that positions inferiority and superiority, when it shows up in a Shockley, it's clear. It's hard to put a Welsing in that same in that
It's
same
not
type
that
of
hard.
framework of
Pause.
perspective.
It's not that
Um,
difficult.
but when I look at Dr. Welsing and I'm saying like, okay, she's within the realm of using language and she's trying to justify certain sciences, um, certain positions where she's making an argument around these concepts that can be supported in race thinking, it makes her look like she's a racist. If you put on that type of lens and have that type of definition, she looks like she's supporting some black superiority over this genetic white inferiority, but it's within the realm of what she has been taught, the type of logic and race thinking that she was using at that time. So for me, she doesn't qualify as being a racist. She's not supporting this black superiority, nor does she have the power dynamics to enforce her ideas on the broader globe of America and subjugate white people into some black superiority type of model. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't
Well,
fit.
it no,
And
it
so,
most certainly fits because she. It's clear if you watch the debate, she fought race, and I don't even want to talk about Francis because this is what's going to happen. Hold on, Mujasi. I just want to just say
yes,
something. What's
go
going
ahead.
to happen is we're talking about Francis Cress Wilson again because we want to. I'm responding to what y'all saying. I really don't even want to talk about her. But
Absolutely.
since we're talking, so we're talking. I'm assuming we're talking about racism because every day is, it's us. But this isn't me. I'm just responding. Um, Mujasi, listen. If you're arguing that white people suffer from a genetic deficiency, which produces a deep-seated fear of genetic annihilation, that's racism. If Shockley says it in the reverse, that's racism, but we can see the difference because he has the power behind his racism. But they're both racism. Now, if you might want to play around with maybe the word the intent. Her intent is maybe not what what he was doing, right? But at the end of the day, just calling it racism, and I told you I don't have a problem with it. But if you're tying morality and behavior, you have to call out any time, specifically a doctor. Now, and that's I guess the difference with me. Specifically a doctor, a clinical doctor that knows better, that knows the difference. You have to call it racism because once you start allowing that, it's not going to stay. If we, not saying if we let, I'm not qualified to let or stop her do anything, but if we just look past a clinical psychiatrist, black woman, eloquent, and just look past her tying morality and behavior to a race, then when does it stop? Because at that point, then a senator. Now you would have to try to explain to me a senator can do it. If they were black, a mayor could do it if they were black, a governor could do it if they were black. I'm not talking about these simple people talking on the street. I don't care about them. If you got a doctorate, feel better. So you can't. I'm not saying you can't, but you just shouldn't. That's what you got the education for, specifically in psychiatry. So she used race to fight. She used racism to fight racism, and I don't blame her because that man standing in front of her, at least she didn't hit him or start beating him up or arguing and calling his mama's names and all that. They didn't do that, but it is racism, and the fact that you won't call it racism, it means that for some reason you can't. It's like you can't accept that this person on this level, you think you should fight racism with racism. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but when you looking past it, remove Francis Cress Wilson out of the equation.
Here's the thing, though. Question. I think the better question was Brad to that is if she's
somebody
not
got to mute
viewed,
out. This shit is irritating me.
Joey Backer. Yeah, if she's not viewed like that, right? If we look in encyclopedia, we look in different branches of different subject in academia. If she's not considered that, right? The better question is like if she's considered that in academia, you can just point that out, and then we could just be over with, right? But if that's your view, right? How do you feel about it? But she's not viewed like that by others in the field, right? Right. So you would have to examine. Well, why don't they do that, right? So your gripe would be more like, why aren't what am I missing? What am I possibly missing that make them judge her differently than I am?
Yeah, but academia, she was policed for right. Okay, academia doesn't. That's why I keep separating the public speech from the books, from the lectures to this. For what she did with the ISIS papers, academia did react. Howard got rid of her. They got rid of her for the writing of the ISIS papers.
No,
But
that's
academia is not
I say for color confrontation theory.
for color confrontation theory. Okay,
Essay.
that was in the okay.
Essay that she presented to her peers.
What'd you say?
An essay that she presented to her peers.
Okay, so that's what got it removed. But they're not gonna. They don't usually police like just a public speech, and it's cool that you said that it was peers. When she did try to present this stuff as to her peers or went for peer review or whatever, I'll look into it. I wasn't prepared to talk about her today. I was actually going to try to revere her today based off what I saw last night. We in this conversation, but they don't publicly police just regular speech. But when you put some shit up for, she did get punished. Academia did punish her for trying to put that forth through in academia. But here's the thing: the people that she was.
She just presented it to the people. She presented it to her peers. So yeah, I'm saying okay, she got punished. But I'm saying why is she
for
not
what
labeled
though?
racist? Because I mean but I don't. But that for the idea that she had, right? She would monitor those ideas, but you also have to take it to the fact too that it's 70 the backlash that may come with that. Like sometimes just because the controversy that come with that, all that shit plays into it, right? It's still a power dynamic there. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's the key though, right there, the power dynamic. The reason why academia would call somebody that was saying the things that she was saying racist, or they call that person racist, is because what they're saying is about the oppressor to the oppressed. So if what they're saying is supporting the oppressor, and it's something that, how can let me rephrase this. If what Shockley was saying was racist and considered racist at the time, because what he was saying, no, hold on, was supporting the oppressing class. His theories, his ideas, whatever the hell he was doing, was supporting the oppressive class. Now he's seen as racist now, maybe not at the time, but he's seen as racist now. What she's doing as the oppressed class, and what she's saying, I'm sure that they would more frame it as pseudoscience then, right? Because she's not in a position of power. She's not in a position to where what she's saying. No, listen. but we're in 2025. So I'm not saying this then. I'm saying
No, I'm
reading
not.
this now.
Oh no, I'm not. Yeah, that's the misstep that we have. I'm not judging her. I wouldn't even do that. I'm not judging her in 2025. Like I'm saying, I'm judging her. I'm doing it from the time. Like I said, anybody could be a racist. That I can make Nat Turner racist because of the time. Because he just slaughtered white people. I'm
No,
saying
no, no, no,
I
no, no, no,
wouldn't
no, no. I'm not
hold
saying
people
I'm
out
not
of their
judging
time.
her in the time. I'm not, and I'm not judging her at all. I don't even like that language.
Right?
I'm
No, I'm
giving
saying
my
that would be
opinion.
like going back when it was okay, back when it was culturally acceptable to go out drinking with a girl and she be drunk if you have sex with her, right? I wouldn't be able to go back and be like, well, you raped her. Based on 2025,
In
you know what I'm
2020,
saying? I couldn't do that.
But did he?
I have to
But he did
deal
though.
with the
See what I'm saying?
no.
In 2000, no. Knowing what we know
That
now,
falls under the lines of
knowing what we know
yes,
now.
you can't. Hold on,
No,
we're
listen,
doing
I'm
different
just trying to
things.
push
Yeah,
it
you're
out.
doing different.
Knowing what we know now, when the date rape thing, I gotta stop saying that word. When that came along, um, you wish that you could retroactively go back and fix it, but it was always that. It just wasn't called that. So if a guy in
Well,
19 or whenever
that's the day.
the law,
Because you always been
That's
a
the day.
piece of shit for that. You know what I mean?
but yeah,
Like
that's what I'm trying to
it
say.
ain't
Like,
never been a
it
time you ain't
Hold
never
on.
been a piece of shit for it.
yeah,
Now you
Hold
might
on.
not have
No,
been a
hold on.
rapist back in the '90s, right? But you still would like your homies was like at least my circle would have been like, bro,
no,
she
yeah.
was drunk as hell, bro, and you took and you went and you did what?
No. Not necessarily take advantage. No, I'm talking about like right now, Corey. If you go, both of you
Don't
go
use that
out,
word no
right,
more.
and you get drunk,
Just make something else.
but
Like supplement the word. You get banned. You get
Oh,
struck
we
right,
for that
right,
live?
word.
right now,
Okay.
if you go
I
out,
didn't know we was
right now,
live.
look, right now, if you go out, right, and you have a sexual encounter with a young lady,
Yeah.
right, and she wake up and claim that something happened, like even if you both were intoxicated and you both of you out of your mind, responsibility falls on you. Like it doesn't matter what your state was. The fact that she was in that state and she makes that claim, you're guilty.
Really?
You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm
didn't
like,
know that.
I don't know that to be true.
I didn't
oh,
know that. But I
there's
mean,
no
if it's true, it's
you
true.
both
But
were
I just didn't
I
know
just
it.
didn't know
Like
that
I'm
to
not.
be true.
Yeah.
I don't,
there's no we both
It's
were had a
funny the
little
two
bit.
married
No.
guys is the ones that have no idea what you sickos is doing
Yeah.
in the
Even
streets.
listen, even if she consented to somewhat, she still is not liable because she was impaired.
Yeah.
so
Thank God for
But
weddings.
both of them grown, right?
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
only talking
Corey,
about
we
grown
won't
folks, Corey.
understand.
I'm
We will
only
not
talking
Huh?
about
understand.
grown folks.
Corey, we
I'm
won't
only talking
understand.
about grown folks. Please, Corey. I'm only talking about grown
The
folks.
I
dating
just want to
scene
make
is
sure because
apparently
see,
quite
when it comes to
disgusting.
grown folks, I don't have a lot of empathy for grown folks. Like, now, if motherfuckers is drunk and listen, both of y'all drunk. I don't even want to go in there. Give another example, Sosa, because we going down the road. We done went down enough whole
Yeah,
another
y'all
rabbit
done went
hole.
down a
Give
rabbit
another
hole with
example.
that metaphor. I'm
Yeah,
gonna redirect it back just a little bit because
Yeah.
yeah. Get
I'm
it
trying to
back. Get it
explore this
back. Get it back.
concept, but
Yeah.
um,
Oh, really? I
I
wanted
think
on the topic. Let me say. I wanted to say real quick. I'm sorry, Mujasi,
yes, sir. Go
but
ahead, bro.
I,
Go ahead.
I watched the video. I watched that video, and boy, that white man was pretty blatant. Pretty blatant, right?
Yeah,
Now,
Very.
now, I will say. Let me say this because y'all actually kind of helped me with my decision on it, right? Now, if she was gonna present that to her peers, like with the response she gave, like you know what I mean, like that would have been probably cringy, right? But right there on that show, the response she gave was called for. Like I could you know what I mean? Now it's a little cringy because she's a doctor, but I don't think she was being I don't know that she was being a doctor at that point. I think she was being a black woman at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
She
she
didn't
not
have
on
her
the show
doctor
just because
hat
she
on.
black. She on the show because of the PhD.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
It's
regardless,
both.
You only
Both.
own the show.
regardless,
We're live
listen,
on mic.
yeah, whatever.
Both.
But I wanted to say, and I'm sorry, Fetty, but the white man with the white man was saying, Fetty,
Charles
I
Murray.
thought about
Charles
you.
Murray. I
I
swear to
thought about,
God, the bell curve was Charles Murray.
and this
Corey,
ain't no
we caught
shot
it at the
though.
same time. We caught it at the same time. Bell curve, Charles Murray. I swear to God, that's what I.
And
As
then
soon
he
as he
started talking
started
about
talking,
you need to get the gene. You got to get
yes,
rid of that gene, right?
yes, bro. Oh my God.
Automatically, like, hold on. So what is he? What does he say? She thought about
You gotta get
sterilizing.
that dope gene.
But that's
Yeah.
what I was saying earlier,
Where
Corey.
her brain went was the sterilization, right? But
Because
my
they
brain,
had done
I
it
don't think
already.
that's what he was
Because they were
saying.
doing that. No, because they
Yeah,
had already
they were
used it for
doing that.
sterilize. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But I don't think that that's what he was saying, though. You know what I'm
Oh, he
saying?
was saying that. He was saying that and some. Oh, that was on the table. Yeah, don't think that
Okay,
that was.
okay.
Yeah, that was on
See,
the
that's
table
Well,
the
too.
thing. When
Yeah.
we
I
follow
was
the
thinking
tradition,
more like we need to dilute our gene pool with another gene pool, right? That's what more I was on the line what
when
thought he was saying.
That's
absolutely,
But
right.
Corey,
He did say
Corey,
something
you
about
brought it home.
reproduction in that show, didn't he? He did.
No,
Corey
he was
brought it
talking
home.
about dysgenics. He started the show off with dysgenics,
that
and he
was a word
says the
in there.
word. Yeah, he says the word curve. That one of them diagrams, but it was so old you couldn't really see it. But he said that white people and black people they do learn on a curve, and the thing had like a. That's what I'm saying. Like, is he like Charles Murray, uncle or something?
No,
Because
he's the. I'm
that's like
trying
the
to
But for
tell
whole.
the
y'all,
record,
he's
that
the
was
first
not a
one.
shot, Fetty.
Listen,
For the record, that
Betty
was
gonna
not a shot.
Betty gonna come back.
no, it's
Betty
not
gonna
a
come back
shot.
with
It's
that.
not a shot. Listen, if you look at the traditions of scholastic mentoring, especially when you're studying hereditary and discourse on race, you see Charles Murray is almost like the stepchild of William Shockley. Like
No
he's a
question.
stepchild of
Oh,
Richard
yeah.
Lynn. He's a stepchild
Yeah.
of Arthur Jensen. And one of the co-authors of the Bell Curve, what was his name? Richard Herstein. He was a very public supporter of William Shockley. And so he's one of the backings behind the bell curve, but he supported William Shockley in his point of view. Like there's no disconnection from these people. Philip Rushton, Christian Brand, these are all Canadian and UK psychologists that was very clear about their races, white supremacy, and hereditary discourse on IQ testing and these pieces like that. And I don't go down that rabbit hole, but they're all connected on an academic level. They supported each other. They were public. They had some strong views on these things.
And they got
So it's not
strong financing and funding because they were the system of
absolutely,
power. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
And so when
yeah.
we're looking at some of these pieces, and I'm gonna digress from
Can I
Dr.
say
Wilson
something? Two
because
seconds.
as
I need 2 seconds. I need 2 seconds because
okay,
we live.
okay,
No, I just need. No, I'm not even gonna
yes,
talk.
sir. Go
Let me
ahead, go
two
ahead, go ahead,
seconds.
go ahead.
Sosa, don't bring up Nat Turner. You made me go down a rabbit hole. Nat Turner, what Nat Turner did and what Francis Cress Wilson did was
Not
slick,
on the same
but it
level.
ain't
Yeah,
even close. It ain't even
yeah,
No,
in the
I
no.
did.
same.
No. I did
It
not
wasn't a good
compare them.
metaphor.
I
Oh,
just
you
wanted
always
two
do that.
seconds.
I did not
I
compare
just
them. What
wanted
I'm
two
saying is that
seconds. I no no.
let me
I
just
just took two
let me
seconds. Let
explain before you
Jaspy
mis.
reclaim his point. Because
No,
you,
but you
I
can't
just did something
misrepresent my
that was
argument though.
filthy. That was a
Let me
filthy
go next,
discourse
Dan.
that you just did
Let me get a
to try to
follow up. Let me
say,
get a
okay,
follow up.
yeah, two
Go ahead.
seconds because
Go ahead.
we took the
Go
floor
ahead.
from him.
I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be
You know
quick. Go
what?
ahead.
That was dirty
I
discourse.
lost I lost my thought. I'm excited to hear Sosa break that down and
Jeez.
explain that. So go ahead,
Yeah,
brother
that was
Sosa.
dirty. Hey, Mujasi, I just read it, and while you was talking, and I
Uh-huh.
was like, I said, Sosa just did it again. Sosa will take you in deep waters with these analogies and comparisons because he
And
studies the brain,
metaphors.
and I can't keep up in real time. That's why I got to go with my brother
That
five.
was
I
my
just call him
analogy.
five now. I got to go get my brother five. He was
No,
four, now you five.
the drunk
That's
date
a
was my
dirty discourse.
analogy. The
That's
drunk date was
dirty.
my analogy. That was naturally was my analogy.
Okay, do the Nat Turner piece. Break the Nat
Yeah,
Turner
you
piece
said
down.
what he did. You said what he did and Welsing did was the same. But you know
No, I
about
never said
liberation
that.
theory. Yes, you
I
did,
never
bro.
said
You
that.
said
No,
we
I
don't call
said
him a
that.
racist, but
No, I
liberation
said
theory
that.
makes him not a racist, though. She don't got that.
No, what I said was that um if you look at what Nat Turner did, he can be considered racist, right? And the reason I say that because We were arguing one time, me and Kent, over race, the strictest definition, and race as a presence in power, as a power system, right? So even within ChatGPT, in the strictest sense of racism, I got it to say that Nat Turner was a racist, using the strictest definition of racism. Because I was arguing that that strictest definition of racism is not a good barometer to use at that time. So that's why I would say that's what I wouldn't say
Mm-hmm.
but they were doing the same thing because Cranston Wesson ain't kill nobody. I would never.
So
That's apples and oranges. Apples
by
and
the
oranges.
academic definition of racism, hold on. By the academic definition of racism, Nat Turner's revolt wasn't racist. It says his motivations were political, theological, and liberation focused. He was
Question.
enacting the hold on, real quick. It says the distinction is this. Racism is a belief system that one race is inherently superior, inferior, leading to structural oppression. Turner's rebellion was a violent resistance to the systemic oppression motivated by the system's actions, not a belief in hierarchy. In liberation theory, this is when I realized what you was doing, what you was trying to do to me. Pause. In liberation theory and critical race scholarship, scholars state oppressed groups resisting oppression aren't classified as racist, even if they target the dominant group, because racism in this framework is tied to the institutional power. Under a strict philosophical, and this is my land my plane. Under a strict philosophical definition, racial prejudice without regard for power, you could argue Turner held views about whites, but he wasn't engaged in a system that was going to enact structural racism. And he did a violent revolt against the thing that he was fighting. So, Welsing's racism, I want to stay on this. When you start putting immutable biology onto a entire race, that's what I mean when I say racism. Do I agree with what she did? No. Do I agree with how she fought? No. Do I understand it though? Yes. It's when y'all tell me that you agree with what she did, y'all are okay with what she did, and you understand. It's like there's no pushback. Anybody with half a brain would see, and there's no, I'm not talking about y'all because we also lie, can see that they were both using racism against each other. It was just he said one thing, she said some racist shit. He said something pseudo, she said something pseudo. What I liked about what she did though, and the reason why she looks the way she looks, Mujasi, is because you can see the power behind the dude. You can see the white supremacy behind what he's saying, because at the time there was legislation involved, there was a power dynamic, there was institutions behind what he was saying, and it was just her fighting him with racism. But in anything that she was saying, it had nothing behind it. No institution, no power. It wasn't even scientific. It wasn't even clinical. With him, we had already had Drake Mania and all of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but power don't matter. No, I think I don't know. I might have can't.
In racism, power matters.
Power,
because
see,
in racism, it does.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you say it does, that's what I'm saying. If
Yes,
that's the case,
in racism, power does matter. It's one of the. It's what makes it. It's what makes white supremacy. It's the power.
Right. So then that goes back to our other argument.
No,
but
how can she be racist? You said racism doesn't. No. Stay with the power. I don't understand what you mean by that. Here. Power don't matter.
So then,
okay.
So then one can argue that she did not have the power.
Okay, but she was still. But what? No, I don't have no problem with that. No. I don't have no. Bro, there's black people
care.
all
she should have said everything
country.
she said on that panel.
Yeah, we'll move on from that. We'll move on from that. But I don't want y'all to think that
I'm just my problem is when she starts saying it to black people, right? Like if you up talking to a white man, right? Fine. You say all that shit and some more. You bring Sarai Sudden with you. She should have brought Sarai Sudden.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
But
you can't bring Sarai
you
gotta bring somebody with a doctorate in psychiatry that won't lose their cool that'll speak. You can't put SETI up there. Then we'd be no different than Sonata.
I don't know. I was hot. I was
No, but
heated.
do you
I was in the
understand? Do you
shower.
understand my point,
Listen,
though,
Brad,
Corey?
I'm getting
Corey.
ready for work listening to this shit, right? When you went live, I was getting up, getting ready for work when you put that video on, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hot. I'm
I
steaming in
apologize.
the
I
shower, nigga.
apologize. I apologize.
Nigga, I was steaming, nigga.
I apologize. But no, we couldn't have did a side. The beauty in the debate is her eloquence and her grace and her patience and her composure.
Yeah.
And then you see the doctorate behind it. That's why when you hear I think that's why when I hear the words, they might bother me more than somebody else, because I just wish, I wish she wouldn't have fought with a pseudo argument or a racist argument. I wish she wouldn't have done that, but I can't even really focus on that because of how she fought. It was just too, I mean, it was just beautiful. And then the camera work. I think I said that. Well, I mean, I think I put that in the chat. The camera, even at the time, you could see how the media was trying to make her look crazy. That's why I said you don't need a Cyrus suit set. Because most of the time when he was saying stuff, they had the camera on her. And she just have a little grin or a little smile. But imagine Unc or Cyrus Seti up there. We'd have looked crazy as hell. Unc would have cussed him out.
Can I take a stab at it? And you tell me if I'm wrong. I could be mistaken, right? But I feel like maybe
I know you about to say something.
for me, this might be more for me. But I'm about to say something crazy, gang. Get ready.
I know you
I want to feel like our best are just as good as their best. Yeah, I want to feel like our best is just as good as their best.
Yeah,
So
but he
I
ain't their
can't
best,
see
though.
Francis as being our best.
Corey. Hold on. Say that again. I want that to get just so I'm clear before anybody says.
I want to see
They don't
our
consider
best.
him. They consider him wild as fuck.
That's
White
exactly
people thought he was. No. Let him say
exactly.
his shit, Corey. What did you say though?
I said I want to see
best.
our best
Is that
as good as their best. No. I want our best to be just as good as their best. So we can't be calling Francis Preston one of our best if you know what I'm saying, she in the chicken circle, you know what I'm saying, doing that crazy shit.
Who called her our
I
best?
don't
That's what we
That
get
nigga
in
in
this
the
argument.
circuit.
But who called her our best? Who said Francis Preston was our best? Nobody. That's
Nobody specifically.
The
But
people that bought her
Wait,
book
no.
made
Then
it a
nobody
bestseller.
specifically then
right,
explain who did
I'm
the
trying
other way.
I'm trying to quantify this because I'm not gonna say
It was
she's
best
not
something.
significant.
One mic.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say she insignificant.
Was that said?
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was it. What's up, Sid?
I see you said. I didn't even know he's in here.
Significant.
Yeah, that's just me trying to.
Love
I'm trying to
handling.
summarize it, right? Like I can't,
Okay.
based on all of that, I can't put her with our best. Like that wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? So in that attempt, I'm just examining what she said, how accurate it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't see her as our best like that. So
Nobody was. I don't know.
that's me.
Like I said, you would have to challenge the person that made that claim.
No, I think I was more speaking to like.
Yeah, I had to
No,
come to
I don't think that you're necessarily.
So y'all want to put her on
maybe
a Mount
maybe I'm a
Rushmore?
fall
Like,
back.
what's that? Mount Rushmore?
Ain't no way.
Like, that's how these conversations go. It be like, so y'all want to put her on a Mount Rushmore? Like, somebody said that.
All right. All right, cool. Maybe that's a mute point. But I could have sworn that was related to Brass's point, but if nobody sees it, cool.
No, it's not that I don't see it. I just don't consider, and this is no disrespect to the sister, I don't consider her at the time. I mean, because remember, not for nothing, this is also TV. So they could have got Williams, they could have got Clark, they could have got William Cross, you know, and then the guy was having a genetic argument. They could have got Johnson. What's the other guy's name? You brought him up the other day. Cobb. They could have got Cobb. So there was a bunch of black people at the time they could have got. I would assume part of to make for good TV, which they did. I don't know who did the guest list, but I'm sure a white man representing a wild statement in regards to wild theories in regards to white supremacy and genetics in black people and white people.
To say
it
the
really
opposite side
looked,
of the coin.
it was striking. Yeah, it was striking that it was
Yeah,
a
let me
black woman with a doctorate.
Well,
On that stage, that
while
you
I
know what I'm
know,
saying? That kind of
but
thing.
let me
while I know
go
nobody's
ahead.
openly saying she's one of our best, but some kind of way she makes the list of elders, and them other people don't.
I don't consider any of the
Go ahead.
elders our best. That's why I always highlight our actual best. And I just named our actual best. Robert Williams could have mopped him up. Cross, Kenneth or Mamie Clark could have wiped him up with actual science. She got up there and did the pseudo thing, but that's what she do. You know, that's how she chose to fight that time. So there we have our best, and then we have
Just best.
these
They're
other
best for the
people.
time. Best for the time. In time, there'll be people getting better and better. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, but
So
I'm saying for the time. But she
yeah.
ain't even
So I
in
think
that. She's not on that list.
I'm not saying she's on that
means who
list.
No, I'm
was the
telling
best then?
Logic.
In
I'm
a
telling
sense, who
Logic
would have been
she's
our
not.
best?
Logic says
No, no, I'm not
we
saying she
consider
on the
that.
list. I
Nobody
was just
like
wondering.
nobody elevated that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like
Well, Logic
nobody.
just did. You just said nobody elevated it.
No, I'm
He
saying
just
nobody
said
said that she on the other end. Like his response was something that
Maybe,
he thought that we were implying.
no. He said,
Nobody
did
was
you finish? Did you hear his last
maybe
words?
not. I
He
was
said,
just
even if we're not saying that's her, that's he said, and I quote, shouts to Logic. He said, I know y'all saying that we don't consider her the best, but I think y'all still consider her the best. That's why I'm addressing that.
right, right. I know
I
y'all
don't
not
know. I don't
saying.
know
And
what he was
I know
I
y'all
saying.
not
agree with I
saying
agree
it.
with Logic.
But
I
what
agree
y'all
with
really
Logic.
Hold
saying
on, wait.
is,
Let's say, wait. What'd you say? Said you agree too?
I agree with Logic. Hell yeah.
you
This
think
woman book
saying.
this
We
woman book was a
in this chat
bestseller,
are at
bro.
the time.
And,
No, hold on.
and
You
like
think
I
that
I don't
No,
think
and
let
I'm
him get
gonna
his.
say it
I don't think
again,
Let
y'all
him
are
bro.
get his
saying it.
thought out.
You
Let
don't
him
have
get
to
his.
know a Cress Wilson, but you know about a goddamn melanin theory. Every black person in the motherfucking America knows something about that shit. I'll stand on
know what I'm
that.
saying? Are you talking about the
So when
people?
you
Because we're having us in a
go ahead,
conversation
Wilson.
right now that's having a conversation. Are you talking about a niche? Like
That's
that's what I'm
besides the
saying. Like
point.
no, I'm saying Logic is saying Logic. You referring to
No,
us,
I'm
right?
not saying. No,
Like y'all got
no.
me.
When
Man, you know what?
Talking
I'm off
about
it.
at the
I'm now
time,
confused. I'll just let y'all have it.
no, Logic. Okay, wait. Before Logic, you say that. When you say that people
no, I'm
consider
not talking
their
about
best,
you.
Logic. When you say when you say people that consider Francis Cress Wilson their best, who are you talking about? Us or black people at the time?
Talking about everybody.
Okay, I figured
I'm
that's
more
what he
so
was
talking
saying.
about
Y'all
people
keep
who call them their elders. That's more so what I'm talking about.
Whether you know it direct or not, we took that shit and we adopted it as culture. We think our melanin got some special shit to it, and I don't want. And if anybody's saying differently, then they lying.
well, I'm not lying, but I got you.
Yeah,
I can't
I
possibly
would
fake our
actually source
melanin.
up.
I wouldn't even
So I
fight
think
this hard if I thought that
Go
was
ask,
the case.
go ask your people in your household.
No, they
See what
probably
they
don't
say.
believe
My
me.
people in my household do not even do not like my household don't know nobody don't know Chris Wilson.
I didn't
It's
say they do.
No,
I'm
only
but
just
one
asking.
my
person.
That's
but
not what I said. That's not what I said.
Listen,
no, that's
only
not what
one
you said.
person said something like that
I
when my
said go
baby
ask
mama
your
said,
family
"Listen,
about. Hey, what do you think about your melanin?
And
Ask
my
them
all
just
right."
like
no,
that.
and he's right. He's right.
In my household,
He's right.
no.
You're
Like
100% right
my
on that.
baby mama said something similar, said something put on the COVID shit. Like, yeah, I don't need it because I'm black and I'm built tough. I politely cussed her out, and she wouldn't got her goddamn wouldn't got her shots, bro. Like, but
And
that's
Yeah,
somebody,
that's a
somebody
healthy
very
thing.
that's
hold
not a
on, but Zed,
that's not a thing in my household.
but hold
I
on,
guess
Sophie. Somebody
I guess
very close to
we
me.
must be some Toms because I don't know
Somebody,
none of my family know none about that shit.
you pseudo killer niggas in this
Like I
Tom
said,
shit.
they may not know Fresh Crust Buster by name, but they've heard of something about melanin. I promise you.
No, whether they
And,
heard
and,
it,
Somebody
whether
very
they
I
close
didn't.
think
to me
and
you
the
know
answer is
said
not
I
gonna
might be
be
wrong.
to protect me
Somebody,
from the
no.
UV for the sun. That
They
ain't what the
said
answer gonna be.
you're not wrong. You don't even got to defend it that difficult. There are some people that have watched and heard some of the shows in my family that have heard this shit. I'm having this conversation now. That's why I don't be want to talk about it. Motherfuckers with educations and everything that did not like they're not geneticists or biologists that was telling me how the fuck you didn't know that your melanin was powerful. That's what makes you fucking special. I'm like, what the fuck did you just say? And
Hey,
they said, no,
I gotta go
that's
do
what
shit,
makes you.
man. I gotta find
That's what,
out. I gotta find out.
I don't know. It's just
Oh,
I
listen,
keep
most
hearing
of
like when
the
you
ain't no
said Tom,
family.
this shit just gave me a flashback.
Walk
They
You're
down
like
the
never
the
had
street.
fourth,
the conversation.
pseudo
Tell
killer
me,
that then used the word
who
Uncle Tom
tell
in the
melanin
past
is
4 days.
He
If
didn't say
Why
Uncle
would
if
you say
Tom.
that?
if
No,
if
he
all
No,
of
said
no,
y'all
no,
bring
time.
no.
it up, if
He
all
didn't
of
come
Oh,
about
y'all
I thought
Uncle
bring
he
it up
said
Tom.
in y'all
Tom. I thought
family,
he said
they
Tom. I apologize.
they gonna say the same thing. If everybody bring it up in their family, they gonna say y'all just ain't had the
Yeah,
conversation yet. That's all it
y'all were
is,
right.
you know.
Y'all were
Right?
right. She
Like,
knows what that shit is.
yeah,
Well,
motherfuckers know
all my
about that melanin
everybody,
shit in the black
everybody.
community.
Oh, they may have maybe have heard about it because, like I said, you got shows that have been set in. If you watch Baby or something like that, but in terms of actual belief, fuck no. Everybody don't go to the hospital. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Then
I'm
they
that's not
scared
what
to
die.
that's
ask
not what
though.
it's
No,
saying
they
though.
gonna go to
I'm
the
I'm
hospital, but
scared
they
to ask.
tripping.
You adding the extra utility to it. I'm talking about these people have drawn this like the real melanin, the real what it's protection, what it's actually doing is not what we consider it for. We consider it as some special shit, bro. Like I don't know why we playing around. Shit crazy.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
man.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
gotta,
Like,
I
I
gotta,
The
I
I,
gotta
board,
agree
I
with
that's
disagree to
Bullshit.
bullshit.
disagree.
I gotta
I
the
agree.
disagree to
board
disagree.
across the
I agree
board.
to disagree.
That's where I stand on that. Like
I,
Yeah,
I
that's
y'all
across
it
the
may
show,
not
board.
be in your household, but it's a
show me data.
majority
I
of
gotta show
households.
me some data
I gotta
now.
go
I'm
find
gonna put
out.
that.
No, see, here you
I
go.
can show
Y'all,
you
y'all
Instagram
niggas,
a
look,
million
Show
show me
me
a
your
different
source.
house.
That shit
Go
don't
to
work
your
in real
cousin's
life,
house,
bro.
Joseph,
I
and
Show
ask
mean,
him
me,
to
show
tell
me
you.
some
a
data. Go get a source. You
bunch
can
of
ask my grandmother
anecdotal.
for data and a
Your
source.
That's
cousin
all
gon' your
anecdotal.
cousin gonna be looking like you crazy.
We need
Like,
a
oh, you ain't
million.
know?
Hold on, you telling me
we need a black survey.
A million Instagram handles with melanin in it is anecdotal?
Nah, but
No, he
You
wasn't
people,
can
talking
find a
nah,
about that.
because
million
all
Instagram
no, hold
handles
on,
with
hold on,
that shit
hold
in
on, hold
there,
He was
on.
talking about something else.
Yeah,
He was talking
but
about something.
yeah, but
and that's their
not
name. I'm
everybody
talking
that
about
everybody that say melanin is not just transgress women. Because some people like
man.
melanated has
You
become
keep
a
saying
different
Francis
term
Cress
for
Welsing.
like black, like you like nah hell no y'all just stretching shit. Man. Melanated
No,
people,
Thank
you
you.
they
ever seen
hearing it
black
from the
people?
people who
Sometimes they be.
heard it from Francis Cresswell.
Yeah, they
You
spread
know
the
what I'm
message. They
saying?
spread the
I'm
They
not
gospel.
saying.
they third party hearing about it. You know what I'm
So is
saying?
it?
Type
So
shit.
y'all kind of so is a so you switching it to like people have heard it, or you switching? Or you talking about people that believe it? Because we having two different conversations. I want y'all to
No,
stay
they
where y'all at.
No,
believe it.
no, I
No,
said
it's the
believe
same
it.
thing.
No,
If they heard it, they believe it.
Hey,
Sosa,
hold on, let me say this.
go ahead, Chef.
Yeah, I think that I think that they're saying that whether they know it's Francis Cress Welsing or not, whether they heard of Francis Cress Welsing or they didn't hear Francis Cress Welsing, we saying some of her kooky theories is still in our community, regardless of where it came from. You know what I mean?
That's not an
So
argument.
just saying niggas don't know her, so it don't matter. No, but her theories is still in our fucking community.
Yeah, that's
That's
not an
the point,
argument,
I
though.
think.
Yeah, I'm not even arguing
Oh,
that.
I think
Everybody
that's
can
the
agree
point
with
that
that.
they're trying to make. Yeah, I
He's
think
Mm-hmm.
saying that.
that's
Watch your mouth,
No,
Swift.
As soon as you go to your
he's saying
cousin's
that.
house,
right.
you ain't gonna be arguing
He
with
is saying that everybody, most black people that holler at melanin about their skin, believe it. Believe that
No,
melanin
I'm
has some type
saying
of.
they do.
He just
They
said
do
it. Just
believe it.
No,
so.
I'm
Hold
saying
on,
they
bro. Oh, I
do.
get it, but just explain. But I'm just saying to Chef, you're not saying the same thing that they're saying. I can agree with what
No,
you're saying.
no, I'm
They're
So
saying
putting the
Chef
no.
extra.
actually
They're putting
Oh,
sauce
articulated
on.
how our
hold
said
on.
it.
You
They
do
it.
season.
know the
They put seasoning on
majority.
that shit, bro.
Hold on, but Sosa, you do know, and this is why we get into the biology and the genetics of
Nah,
things.
stay where we at.
I
Stay where
know,
we at.
no, hold on. I
Don't
know
start
I'm not
trying
speaking
to wood.
specifically to you. Just remember we live. I might say your name, but it's
But
also to
no,
the
are
chat.
you saying the same thing Chef said? Stay right there.
What does Chef
We
say?
all agree with what Chef said. It's in the community. People have
Yes.
heard it. They don't know
No,
from
I
where. We
agree
all
with that, but
agree.
I'm
That's
adding
been
to
my
it. Wait.
sentiment
I
this whole
agree,
time.
and I'm about to add
No, we
something to
already
it.
I
agree.
don't like
No,
the
you
way
took
you
the extra
stated it.
step.
I don't like the
Y'all
way
No,
took
you
I
the
stated
extra
am. I
step,
just
bro.
said, hold
What
on.
was the
I
extra step?
agree,
Because
and
I'm
I'm about to
curious.
make a. Okay, I agree,
It's
and
recorded.
I'm
It's
making.
recorded.
Hold on. I agree, and I'm making the extra step that they heard this shit, whether they knew it came from Francis Cress Wilson or not. They heard it, and then I'm taking the extra step of saying they believe it.
Oh,
Because the
I'm right there
majority of
with
hold
you.
on, the
I'm right there with
majority
you.
of I ain't gonna say black people, just people in general aren't scientific. They're unscientific. They're not They're not biologists and geneticists, so they don't
I'm
know
not.
no different. So
But they
hold
ain't
on.
stupid.
So when their grandmother told them what their grandmother told their grandmother, and before that, that they are special because they melanin and this, that, and the third, they don't know. They're not gonna go look to see. They're not gonna watch a show. They're not gonna look it up. They just believe that they melanin makes them special. So that's not all her fault.
All
It's
right.
not all
Stay
her
right
fault,
there.
but she
Why
ain't
would they look
responsible.
up what
Hold on,
granny told
Corey.
Why
Let's
would they
put.
look up
Did
what
your
granny told
did your grandmama tell you how special your melanin was?
No, but what
Is
I do know,
anybody in here, grandma? 'Cause my
no,
Why
grandmother.
you
I'm
using
saying
grandmother? Why you just
it's
she
not
Now
just
you're
used
adding
it?
extra stuff
No,
to
but
it.
the
I'm saying like
You're
melanin.
adding extra stuff
okay,
now.
someone in their family. Now say that. Okay,
Yeah.
what if they? I mean, like you wild
That's
as
some
hell.
new.
Your
That's
argument
So
new
style is weird.
age.
We
That's
acting
new
like
Yeah,
this
age.
is
they
something
not
new.
gonna call
One.
you
Y'all acting
like
like
their
this shit just
grandmother
came
did.
and went with and died out with her book and with her. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
Y'all
like
playing
Man,
it
that,
don't
around,
gotta be
bro.
no, it didn't.
specific for
Y'all
somebody
playing
grandmother.
around, bro.
No,
Yeah, you
no,
definitely playing. So
y'all
that
changing.
argument is
Y'all,
weird.
I
No,
ain't
I
playing.
said
Y'all change the argument.
grandmother meaning someone in their
Y'all saying
family
most
said it.
black
They
people
wife
is.
could have said it. They
yeah,
brother
you
said
Yes.
it.
always gotta
Nah,
be
Anyone could have
I'm
said
specific.
not
it.
gonna let
You,
y'all say because
you gotta
most
be
black
specific in
people.
this community, Brad. You,
Damn right, Corey. Y'all
No,
say
I'm
that.
talking to
Well,
if
the
you
we
say
y'all saying that
I
most
grandmama,
know
black
who I'm
people.
talking to.
Nah, because they saying Corey that
you
most
gotta
black
stick
I
to
people
didn't
that.
say black people. I said
because
people. I didn't say
no, we talking
black
about
people.
Franz Cress Wilson and melanin.
No,
You
but
said
no. I said that
said
this is a
most black
conversation
people.
in the community, not the black, not specifically the black community.
So your
I'm
cousin
saying
don't
the
believe that.
melanin. Most people
So
aren't scientific. They're not gonna. When someone says something, how many people see something on
So
Instagram
listen.
and then they send you
So
a text saying, you can
Brad,
if you do this and
I
that.
get it.
They don't know. Okay, so
So
don't
no,
say
when
black
you
so
say
you
people.
ain't
most,
got no
so if
cousins
it's
that
most,
believe that, Sosa.
no,
Don't
I'm
none
saying
of
I
your
do.
cousins believe that.
I'm saying I do. I got like one
Okay,
crazy
so
cousin. I
all
do. We all
do.
do.
That's what we saying. All
Hey,
we
hey,
saying
Sosa,
is
somebody said something
Nah.
to
we
you in the
all in the
chat.
same boat.
Sosa,
That's
someone
it.
said something to
Hold
you
on,
in the
bro.
chat. Hold on.
I can't get distracted by it right now, bro.
No, stay
When
right
you say
here.
most
Does black
people,
don't crack count? Does black don't crack count?
nah, I mean that's all, man. I don't think
I
she
know.
ain't
I'm
been.
just asking. I'm
Yeah,
just asking because they're
no,
trying to
that's
figure out if somebody says
Man,
something to
listen,
them. I'm just saying. And
a
Sosa's
white
not.
boy said
Sosa's not. Whatever. I think black don't crack does count.
a white
Go
boy
ahead.
said to me black don't crack before, bro. He was
yeah.
like, bro, I told him
That's a
how old I
it's a
was, and he was like, no,
stereotype.
I can believe it. He was
And
like,
they
oh
think
Yeah,
man,
that
that's
your
listen,
skin somehow we don't age as much as they do, simply because of our skin, simply
yeah,
because our color.
no,
That
no,
we
no.
don't
I think
age the way white
it
people
might.
do, simply
Hold on,
because our
there is
color.
that's a stereotype, but I don't know.
No,
But
we done adopted
there may
all
be
type of
some.
superpowers to the shit now. We got all type of
There may
little myths and
there
sayings
may
now.
hold on, let's get back on track, bro. There may be something to that. I don't know for sure, but if you look in the dermatology book, right, there are advantages for having darker skin. There's more
uh-oh,
advantages for having
see,
darker skin
there you
than
go.
having white skin. So just
And there's
look in the
disadvantages
dermatology book
But
too.
it ain't
and
got
see
nothing to
if
do
that's
with
there. But I
aging.
don't want
There's
to
None of them
disadvantages
have,
too,
and
though.
none
So
of them
you
have
just
anything
proved
to
that
do
the
with
melanin
aging.
theory was
I'm
Not
not.
one of
That's what I'm
them have
saying.
anything to
I
do with aging.
don't grasp right now. I haven't looked into it. I don't want to get distracted
I
with that.
just
Y'all got
did.
me thrown off on some crack on crack.
And that was that, and
Yeah,
that
but
was
I
my
don't.
whole point. I'm going on mute. That's
Hey,
why I did it.
I'm not
got a
gonna.
point. He got a point. So let's look at this. So check this out.
I'm,
So
I
what
done got
Sosa
lost.
is
Y'all done spun
saying,
me around. They got me, Corey. They got me.
And I
hold
did that shit on. I did it on purpose. Go ahead, Chef. Fuck was so
on, but he got a point, right? Because if you look at it, the reason why those Khoisan tribes they age more, like they got more wrinkles, is because they got a lighter skin in a harsher environment. When you look at the other darker skinned people around them, they don't show the wrinkly skin at certain ages the way that the Khoisan and them do, right? Because they're darker skin. You know what I mean? So it definitely, has some advantages.
But that's just in
Giving
UV. Hold on, but
point.
that's just in. Would you agree? So I mean, Chef, because I'm trying to
Black
throw
don't
Sos
crack
off some
like the
more.
Khoisan.
No,
Them
listen.
Bantu niggas that live next to the Khoisan don't their skin ain't all wrinkly and fucked up like the Khoisan. And the
But
Khoisan is lighter.
melanin's actual scientific benefits is always a UV benefit. So we just talking about a UV benefit. That's that.
It don't
But when
crack.
your parents,
Black ain't
right? But when
cracking like
your
the
No, yeah,
right,
Khoisan.
that's fine. No, we just talking
yeah.
about
So let
UV
me.
benefit.
So let
But
me.
I'm talking about
Yeah, but I'm
when
gonna
an
read it.
African American says it to another African American, or anyone in America says that to an African American, they look at your grandmother and say, "Black don't crack." They ain't talking about the fucking Khoisan. They don't know who that is. They're literally saying that your 80-year-old grandmother don't look like my 80-year-old grandmother. She look like she 100, and it's because you're melanin in your skin. That's what they're saying. They're not talking
All
about
right,
koi
so I'm gonna
skin.
read it.
A
So
lot
let
of
me
times in
so
these
I'm gonna read it.
conversations, y'all scientific literacy fucks up y'all common sense brain.
Right. All right, so I'm gonna read my
Yeah, that's
scientific
not a
literacy shit.
scientific statement.
So the question that I asked is there advantages to having darker skin and the wrinkling of the skin, right? 'Cause we're talking about black don't crack. So it's it's how you frame question, right? So it says, yes, there are advantages to having darker skin related to higher melanin content, especially regarding protection against skin damaging and aging. So it says more melanin for UV protection. Darker skin contains more melanin protection, U melanin, which provides superior protection against the harmful effects of ultraviolet radiation from the sun. Melanin absorbs and scatters UV rays, reducing the risk of DNA damage in skin cells that can lead to skin cancer and premature aging. So the melanin content has an effect on the wrinkling of the skin.
The phrase black
So,
don't crack is often used as a compliment or point of pride, but if taken literally, it slips into Afrocentric melanin theory territory, where melanin is credited with abilities, anti-aging, superiority, intelligence. Dermatologists often say melanin gives a head start against sun-related aging, but it's not an anti-aging superpower.
yeah,
My
that's
point is,
because
no,
hold
my
on, I'm
point is
gonna bring it
that
back.
they're saying it as an anti-aging superpower, not the sun, not all this scientific shit. Can we just have a cultural and political
Right. What
conversation
that's what I'm
without
saying.
fucking
We're
sources for 10 minutes?
you just use a source because you use ChatGPT.
No,
But what
I
I'm saying to
used
you
it
is
to
this:
cite your source.
when they say,
I'm not talking
well,
about the
you use it
sun.
first.
I'm talking
Listen,
about a fountain of
bro.
youth that
Oh,
your
let
melanin
me
is
make my
considered
point.
a
Let me make
fountain of
my
youth.
point. Let me make my point because when people
Mm.
say right that black don't crack, right? The cultural urban shit, they're not talking any. Ain't got nothing. Your shit's talking
But
about
they
intelligence.
believe it.
That's what,
The point is that
bro.
they believe it, Sosa.
The point is that it is true that
No, it's not true. It's not
there's
true.
a
It's not. Our melanin doesn't make us age slower. Is that how? It's
no.
UV
It's
and
not.
sun.
All right, fuck it then. All right, go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
done. Go ahead.
yeah. It's not. No matter what y'all do, y'all
No,
gonna go to
you're not
UV
going to
and the
allow.
sun.
You're trying to bombard me. I let you get it out, and you're trying to bombard my point
Go
about
ahead,
skin
Sosa.
wrinkling. I just read about premature aging and skin wrinkling. Right.
But they don't know that.
That's really what.
But the
It
person that
doesn't matter.
believes it doesn't know that. They think it's
Bro,
and that our
what they're
melanin. You do know the difference between
what they're
what's true, what's scientifically true, and what a person believes are
bro. Like
completely different.
don't even like. Come on. I'm not even gonna answer that
Okay, so
question.
if
What
you
I'm
know,
saying
great. So
to
if
you
you
is
know
this.
that, then you know what I'm talking about, and I know what you're talking about. I'm talking about what they believe. They don't believe that it has anything to do with the sun and the wrinkling and the disbursement of UV rays. They just simply believe
No.
that because we have melanin, we
All
don't
right.
age as fast as everybody else. That's what I'm saying. Like we
All
could
right.
do the
So
technical, cool. We're talking about the
okay, so
average
stop right
person.
there. You made your point, right? So I'm gonna make my point, and then I'm gonna move on. Right?
Mm-hmm.
In a conversation, when you talk about a white person looking at a black person, they say black don't crack. Then normally when they say the crack is it's the wrinkling of the skin. That's what the crack is. So they're saying that you look younger than my white counterpart because you don't have the cracks in the skin, the wrinkling of the skin, i.e., black don't crack. And the reason that advantage is gained from you to people with less melanin count is melanin. That's what I'm saying, and I'll just leave it right there. We'll move on from there.
Yeah, we'll just move on. Agree to disagree on that. I think it's very simple.
I mean, I just read it.
No, I don't know. I don't. Listen, I know y'all. I know you are
I mean,
very intelligent, bro.
I
No,
already
listen.
knew it.
Don't take
I
this as a
already
shot.
knew it.
No.
Raf, I
Don't take this
already
as a
knew it.
shot.
I just
That's
didn't want to have
fine,
to go
bro.
to
I
the.
know what you already knew. I just be
I just didn't
wanting
want to
some
go
of
to the
y'all to
dermatologist
somehow.
because I was talking about something else.
No, I
Feel
just
me?
don't. I just want y'all sometimes to leave out of these conversations and just think, what does the average unscientific person think when they say black don't crack? They're not
So I
even
didn't explain
usually,
that.
they're not even always talking about wrinkles. Because even in aging, one person got a whole bunch of wrinkles. That could be graceful and beautiful. I've seen older black women with wrinkles, and you still say black don't crack because they're talking about beauty. They're not talking about wrinkles. They're not
Let's
talking
get a
about
poll.
specifically wrinkles. I don't want to do a
Right.
poll, bro. I don't.
No, let's get it. No, because you
No,
have an opinion.
how did we get
No,
here? we were
Because
talking
you
about
brought
something
up
else.
black don't crack.
No,
Because you
I
brought up
didn't. I said no. I brought up
yes, you
what somebody
did.
said. I brought up what somebody said in the chat, and y'all started
Which was
reading
black don't
sources.
crack.
And I'm trying to just have a conversation, bro. I just want to have a
Bro,
simple conversation, a
I
cultural,
get it. I
political
get it. But
conversation, not scientific. I
so
don't
not
want to.
that's
That's
so
weird.
I'm not
When somebody say
so
black
that's
don't
why
crack, and y'all start quoting
if you
sources,
just
that shit don't make
so
sense.
bro, I'm not even using a source no more. What I want to get an opinion on is the idea of when not even a scientific one, the cultural aspect of when somebody says black don't crack, what they mean. Because under my impression, and this is not using my scientific pseudo killer continuity thinking,
You
my
said that.
black self, when people say that, I interpret that as meaning the wrinkling because the crack refers to the wrinkling of the skin. And it's the wrinkling of the skin that makes a person appear to age, shows a person see that make them seem more older. So that's my unscientific interpretation of it.
Okay.
You're saying that you have something different, and I'm thinking
No,
I'm
okay.
thinking
Don't tell me
everybody
what
got to
I'm
agree
saying.
with me.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
You just
I hear your
explain to me
point.
what you're saying.
No,
Y'all
no,
want
it's
me to
fine. But I
explain?
hear your
Y'all
point. I got your point.
So Corey, what's your opinion? What's your opinion when somebody says black don't crack? Don't give me the scientific shit. Just give me the nigga shit. What do you think that means?
So if it ain't scientific, it's nigga shit.
I'm speaking colloquial. I always be on nigga shit. Like I get like because we move past the you don't want me to I stay on nigga shit. So that ain't
I'm
no
just
extra
talking about the average
not an extra
everyday
step.
person. That don't mean
The
it's nigga
yeah,
shit.
right. That's nigga shit to me. The actual everyday person, nigga shit. So Corey, how you see it, bro?
I'm offended. So I just thought
Yeah,
about.
I'm definitely offended.
I think it was all of it, right? I think it's all of it, like the aging and the the wrinkles when they talking about that. When at least when the way I took it, from the white boy when he said it to me. You know what I mean?
You
That was
look
kind
young.
of the way.
You
Huh?
appear to be a lot younger than you are.
Yeah.
Right?
So
Yeah.
that's yeah.
Yeah,
Why
go
you
ahead
was
and
scared to
frame
me
Corey.
too?
No, take Corey's argument and make it yours. Don't let him talk. Just start
He
saying, all
said
right,
even white
yeah.
people
Take what
acknowledge
he's
it.
saying.
It
Just take
ain't
what
just
he's
a
saying
black
and
thing.
apply it to your shit.
Corey's saying it ain't just a black thing. Most people understand that.
That is eight. That
Yeah,
is, but he
That
also said
that's
aging. He
and
didn't
to
say
bring the
wrinkles.
being
spray
younger,
paint back, we was talking about like whether our family members believed in the
Yeah,
melody,
I was talking about black. The original
and then
conversation. The black people.
I said a white boy told me
most of the
black
niggas
don't
couldn't
crack.
tell you what melanin is, so they probably not even talking about melanin.
Yeah,
Like
100.
let's be honest.
Yeah, 100%.
They probably
Yeah,
not even talking about melanin.
No,
Most
no,
people
no.
not even talking about melanin when they're talking about black don't crack. You
about
feel
skin.
me?
I
Yeah.
don't
So,
think
but
that's the
everybody
same thing
acknowledges,
necessarily.
like Corey just said, a white person told him that. So most people agree around the world that you can physically see that darker skinned people do not age, don't show the results of age in their skin the way other people do. So
Right.
it must just be common, Brass.
No, I said that. I just said what you said. I'm saying it ain't. When you start, wait, how do we agree and you act like you just disputed something I said? We 100% agree. I said it's aging.
I'm just clearing up the conversation.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
what I
I
just
don't never get
no,
hit
we
by that.
100%
Get hit
agree.
by it.
Yeah, no, we
Like I
agree.
ain't
I
get
think it's
directly.
specifically aging. I don't think it has nothing to do with wrinkles and disbursements and
Exactly.
UVs and all of that. I don't. The scientific part, cool. I'm just saying when they say black don't crack, it's almost like they think we don't age because of our skin color. Now I don't know. I've seen older
Eddie Murphy
women.
got a new movie out, brother.
Yeah, your
That's
microphone.
kind of
Eddie
more that
Murphy.
Hey, chef, your microphone is bad.
yeah. That's how I'll be thinking about it when they say it. Like,
Yeah, they don't
you
think
know
we
what I
age.
mean? But also the fact that, but I also consider the fact that I don't have wrinkles. You know what I'm saying? Like, also too. You know what I mean? Because when you look at a white boy my age, he pretty look. You could tell, or he probably looked older. You would guess that he was older.
Nigga look like a raisin.
You know? Yeah.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question, Brass. You never noticed
This
that
ain't about to
people.
be asking question Brass Day. Telling y'all now.
But I think we was
Sosa
having
already
two
done got
different
me heat.
arguments.
I beat
I
done
think
cuss
that
one of
was two
y'all out.
different arguments.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
Go ahead.
I
Go
beat done
ahead.
cuss one of y'all out. Sosa
let me
already
just
got
pose
me
a question.
halfway to where I need to be. Go ahead.
Okay, let me pose a question to the chat. You never notice darker skinned people, their skin is literally less flawless than someone whose skin is not as dark? You never notice that? You never observe that?
What'd you say?
You never notice how healthy darker skin looks? When you see people with extremely dark skin, how healthy their skin looks? As opposed to someone
Nah.
who's lighter.
Most
Now he's
extremely
saying
dark
it's
people I see
healthier.
are ashy
Oh
as
my
hell.
God. Now
Yeah,
it's
most people when I see extremely dark skin, they ashy.
That's not a skin disorder, bro. That's not a skin disorder. That don't count. Don't don't do that, bro. That's not a skin disorder.
No, I'm just saying.
That's
I'm
just a
not
low
making that
skin.
up. Most I play sports. When we play football, we working out this, that, and the other. The majority of the niggas that was super ashy was the darker people.
Okay. Okay. When
also
they
having dark
declassify
skin
themselves
takes you
to
longer to
skin,
synthesize vitamin D, so you can develop deficiencies and bone cancers, all type of shit. There's
Yeah,
disadvantages as
it's
well.
down parts to it. I was gonna say.
Yeah, if you're in a colder climate with low UVA rating,
You
yeah,
wouldn't do good in Canada.
right.
But what is
Or
this healthier
certain
shit? You
parts of
trying to say
certain
some
parts of
racist
Europe.
shit, Joey? I feel like you
I
saying
mean,
something racist,
I
Joey.
mean,
I
that's
feel
what I'm
like you trying
saying.
to say
Like
darker
if
skinned
you,
people.
well, maybe I
Yeah, I
am
know
racist.
what you're doing.
I
So
think
in
what
my
somebody should
opinion,
do though,
in my
if you just
opinion,
look
when
at
they
the,
are moisturized, skin looks better. I don't know if I'm just tripping. Maybe I'm just blinded by blackness. I don't know. But to me, it seems
Yeah, I
darker
know
skin.
you. I know you're a super Negro. I know how y'all niggas get down. You're a super Negro.
dermatology book, like
If you the darker you get, you can fly now. You darker.
But damn there, huh? Damn
so,
there.
See, I know you are, bro. I know.
yeah,
Now, now,
it's really simply about like what 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 does the damage that makes somebody that makes somebody that makes age seem more rapid. And you look into that.
You
What
the sun.
protects you from that? Then I mean, it's not that
An
complicated.
umbrella.
Diet, all type of
Umbrella.
shit. You ain't
Umbrella
never
protect
seen
you from.
Mr. James from the liquor store been drinking liquor all his life and look fucked up. You ain't never seen that nigga. Like, come
Yeah.
on, bro. We
Yeah,
done seen
no,
black
but
folks look
hold
fucked
on.
up too, bro.
You're not saying now y'all doing a one to one. We're not saying that black. All right, never mind. Forget. Go ahead.
We need to move
Well,
away
I'll
from black
move
don't
on.
crack.
I'll move
Also,
on.
I said an umbrella can
I
help you
said
from.
diet.
No, I'm fucking.
This
So
somebody.
what we so far away from what the hell we was actually talking about? You don't. What was the actual?
I told y'all we was talking about the melanin theory. Y'all started talking about black don't crack. Y'all start having a whole different
No, that was
argument.
somebody in the chat, but it was something before black don't crack.
Well, the conversation is supposed to be moving into mysticism in psychology. I think we just got in the wrong direction a little.
Why is Naim Akbar in the chat? I mean, in the title. Was he talking about Naim Akbar?
We definitely didn't start there. We started talking about
No,
Francis.
we
No,
definitely
we did
did.
start there.
Oh,
We
what?
definitely did
Yeah, you
start
did.
off.
We did. Because I actually about ethics. Yeah.
Because I'm not.
Oh yeah,
I
I
said
read
I'm
your answer
really
about
not
the
even
ethics.
interested in talking about her too
No,
much. We done. You know what I mean? We done
no, but
explored that.
that white man, dude, he was pretty brutal though. Like I don't know, like you gotta be pretty disciplined to sit up there. I do got to give Francis Cress Wilson that. But now, like, let's get his ladies some credit here.
I told you her composure, her eloquence, her
Yeah,
grace,
that's
how
a
she
good
restrained
word.
herself. Yeah,
That's a good word.
she
Composure.
sat there and fought him with grace, eloquence, and still you could see the
Composure.
resistance in her and her composure. But
Mhm.
it was still they see and then I'll get killed for saying what else she fought him with. But she also fought him with
Oh, she
pseudoscience and
brought a gun
racism.
to a gunfight. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
she brought
You know
and
what I
I don't
mean? She
blame. And
brought a
guess
gun
what?
to a
I don't
gunfight.
blame her, bro. I don't blame her.
Yeah,
I do not
there's
blame
power
her
when
for
you
You
lie
doing
to
know
that.
what I mean?
yourself.
I
Yeah.
There's
wish she
power
would
in
have done
wisdom to
something
lie to
else, but I
yourself.
don't
Shit.
blame her for doing
Yeah.
it. I'm sorry, what?
So there's power in lying to yourself.
Yeah,
There absolutely is, actually.
yeah,
Called irrational confidence.
yeah.
Mm.
There definitely is. Now, when you were saying ethics logic earlier about Naim Akbar, I hope I ain't fucking up the conversation, but for some reason, this is on my chat GBT. So, academia did not find, it says, his work wasn't in the realm that gets policed for ethics the same way. Akbar's material, like alien self disorder, chains and images of psychological slavery, or his ideas on melanin, are framed more as philosophical or cultural psychology than as clinical research. So because it wasn't peer reviewed, he wasn't presenting these as peer reviewed experimental findings in APA sanctioned journals. That's the formal apparatus for misconduct investigations. That's why he wasn't investigated for ethics. In the Afrocentric scholarship context, he grew up in the 70s, 90s Afrocentric movement in psychology, in Black psychology, which aimed specifically, and their one goal was to challenge Eurocentric models of mental health. So within that circle, his ideas were often celebrated as culturally empowering, but even they knew that it wasn't fully evidence based, but that's not what it was for. Mainstream psychology didn't widely adopt his theories, but they also didn't launch ethics challenges because they were seen as outside of the scientific mainstream rather than a corruption within it, spawning a gray zone between ethics and ideology. So apparently, based on the times, they were looking for people to challenge these ideas. But if he would have tried to get it peer reviewed or turned into something clinical, that's when he would have got hit with ethics. So I'm assuming
Well, they
that's why
wasn't even
Ruffin got
considered
hit with it.
in the circle. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's
So
why.
so basically,
I mean,
academia.
it's
Well,
outside of
maybe
the
fringe might
framework
be
of
the
peer
wrong
review.
word.
Yeah,
One mic,
yeah.
one mic, one mic. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just saying we kind of learned that a lot of the theories that those psychologists or psychiatrists, whatever one they are, put forth, a lot of them exist outside of the peer review framework anyway. So of course it's not going to get put up for peer review. There's nothing to review. There's nothing to review.
But there were cultural theories at the time and political theories at the time that were put forth for review. That was if there were none, I wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Right.
But the fact that there were and people were focusing more on the stuff that wasn't clinical, even till today, and they're kind of leaving the scholars who went the other route outside of it. Maybe a better way of doing this would be to highlight the people who made it clinical per se, took culture and politics and made it clinical, versus people who took culture and politics and just promoted it as clinical. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's recorded. So
Now that makes sense because the people who would be clinical, they just took the extra step of letting academia scrutinize it. That would just be the difference, right?
right.
Mm.
In my opinion, my humble
Yeah,
opinion.
but so from what you read, they were already considered outside of academia. If you
Right,
read that again, read that one
yeah.
more time for me.
Hold on. Which
Right.
part?
You just
Which
read
part?
it. This is the last part you just
The
read.
last part? Okay,
Second
the
part.
last part
Yes.
was the Afrocentric scholarship context of ethics. He grew up, Akbar's
Yeah.
work grew in the 70s and 90s. Afrocentric movement in Black psychology, which aimed to challenge Eurocentric models of mental health. Within that circle, his ideas were often celebrated as culturally empowering, even if they weren't fully evidence based. Mainstream psychology didn't widely adopt his theories, but they also didn't launch formal ethics challenges because they were seen as outside the scientific mainstream rather
That
than a
right there.
corruption.
That right there. They
Yeah.
didn't. They was considered outside the scientific mainstream, so that's
Right.
why they wasn't up for ethics. They wasn't even in the end. They wasn't even in. You know what I mean? So
Right.
they didn't, because they didn't want it. It would have, otherwise they would have. The reason why they would have did the ethics, because it would have looked like corruption from within. You know what I'm saying? I think that was the next sentence you was gonna read, right?
Right.
But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think alien self disorder, that's what's kind of disappointing. I think alien self disorder, if he would have pushed it through, like, it feels so true that I think if he would have actually tried to push it through, that it's something that would help people in employee wellness legislation and mental health today, Black people specifically. Because I'm not going to say it's not, I don't know if you could prove it. I'm not a scientist in that way. But unlike melanin theory, the unlike Wilson's theories, that particular theory, alien self theory, it reminds me of how there's a theory called racial battle fatigue, and there's another one that's like a cardiovascular effect of systemic racism that were put forth as theories around the same time that were peer reviewed, run through the methodology, falsifiability, surveys, research, whatever, and they actually got it into legislation and got it into the workplace. And when you're suffering from these things, they got it in the hospitals. You can be treated for it, but at a bare minimum, they're not looking at you just saying you're a coon, you're just a kook or just a race. You're just crazy. No, like this is an actual clinical term. I think alien self disorder, had he went further with it, the legitimate way, not just the circuit, went the legitimate way, is something that I think should be on the docket. I just don't know how you would prove it.
So could certain theories be um explaining group dynamics or how group psychology? You do what I'm saying? Meaning how people view themselves. Like what are the negative or positive effects about how a group perceives themselves, and how do they perceive themselves versus other communities, or if they're a minority community, how does the group psychology operate um with certain beliefs as far as wise the dominant society, right? So everything probably is not specific for individuals. You can see it in individuals, like with the dog test and certain things, but you also know that those things show across larger swaths of the population, right? So it could be group social psychology also, right? So I don't think that everything that he's saying had to be scientifically go through the scientific rigor, because some of it is psychosocial. You dig what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? And like you said, you can see it. You dig what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
you said, it's because you can see it. We see how people operate in certain, and we know that that is of how we perceive ourselves and how we perceive the larger society. You're saying that are we saying that that's not psychological?
No, I'm
You
saying
know
it
what I mean? Like
is. No,
exactly.
yeah, I'm actually
So,
saying it is. I think. Go ahead, finish your point. I don't want to cut you off.
right. So it's like saying that he has he has to go through all of this other stuff to put forth for truth. You dig what I'm saying? And use all of his expertise to show that black people been knew this about themselves. You dig what I'm saying? Now I'm
Mm-hmm.
bringing the expertise to show that we know we got a damn problem
Mm-hmm.
socially and psychologically, how we deal with it, how we view ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And that has
Mm-hmm.
a direct effect coming from slavery, Jim Crow, and all of the shit that happened to us dealing with the larger society. I think he was dead on. You know what I mean? I
No,
don't think we got to drag him through the ringer for not, you dig what I'm saying?
no, I'm
Trying
not.
to
No,
get
no. I
funding
said
for
I
some
was
shit that
disappointed. No,
probably
no.
couldn't.
I would never drag them through the ringer. That's a wish. Like it's not. That's not like he was wrong for not doing it. That's just like if I could turn back the hands of time kind of thing. I wish I could have put some money behind that to get. I would have. That would have been like a financier. All right, cool. That's your theory. Let me help you get this into legislation. Let's get this out. However much it costs, because that's something. That alienation simply because you're oppressed that's something that, I mean, I'm not a scientist in that way, but psychologically, like a social psychological kind of thing.
Yeah, that's to have an
Right.
effect.
Yeah.
And you see it.
Yeah.
Malcolm
Like
X talked
social.
about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I
Remember,
think, but it needs help.
Malcolm
The
X
kid guy, I
said
wish
the
somebody would
house
have paid
Negro.
for it. Yeah.
Remember, Malcolm X said the house Negro and the field
Hmm.
Negro. He said,
Yeah.
what's the matter, boss? We see. You think what I'm saying? We
When did you
see.
buy Joey? When did you buy Joey's microphone, Chef?
Oh, my shit fucking up like that?
I mean, your shit is fucked all the way off. You
He
sound
got
almost. You
He
sound
got
exactly like
Ngozi
Joey.
and Joey
Yeah, you
microphone
got Ngozi and Joey's exact brand of microphone right
put together.
now. You got the
And
Ngozi.
Joey.
Yeah, he got the Ngozi microphone.
I think Jersey Mike is crazy.
Yeah, yeah. But but still, even with him, I don't think I'm starting to think and reading some of those theories from that time. They didn't have the all concept or something, because then they still go and say all. So alien self-disorder, while it is helpful, it ain't all. Like, you can't get something peer reviewed doing that, or trying to put forth when you start saying all people in that. Like, because that's just too broad. It's too broad.
All right.
You got to do
Can we
something
please?
that's like measured, some kind of definition.
Is my mic better now?
Yes, much better. I don't know what you had before.
Yo, that's great. So look,
I told
I
you
ain't
an
even
hour
gonna talk.
ago.
So look, so Malcolm X. I was saying Malcolm X has spoke of that same phenomenon, right? When Malcolm X said, the house Negro and the field Negro. You dig what I'm saying? And he said, what's the matter, boss? We sick? You dig what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you associate yourself, you know what I mean, with the other society so much that you think you them. You dig what I'm saying? You see your W.E.B. Du Bois talked about that 40 years before Martin Luther King. Before Malcolm X said it. And Malcolm X said it 30 years before we heard Naim Akbar say it. You feel me? So obviously it's something that we always kind of knew. You dig what I'm saying? But he was able to do through psychology, was able to speak on it a little bit more deeper. But I don't think none of them was confused about what they were saying.
Hey, check my out. The haters of the bill. Yeah, you've been hating on us from the chat recently. So
can we read the universal cultural theory?
Tuck. It's good to we can't hear you, Tuck.
That was me. Can you hear me?
No. Tuck is talking, but we can't hear
we
you.
ain't listening to you, Logic.
we can hear you. We can hear you now.
I see.
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on? You can't see the screen.
Know me. Corey know me. We grandma boys.
I know
you know.
You are too. Yeah, I know you are.
I ain't been hating. I'm just talking my shit. Being a chatty patty, keeping the algorithm going.
I could dig it, G. I
ain't seen you in a minute, Tuck. What up with you?
Yeah, but Logic, oh man, you gonna have to do it, boy. Cause you just been going crazy.
Whatever, man. We had to sit down and
You want to sit down and you sounded like
share that rack of ribs or something.
Hold on.
Like American Dream to me.
One mic.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, Tuck. Go ahead, and then Logic go.
No, I just called him American Dream 2.0. He don't got no respect for nothing black. He don't want to give nobody the benefit of the doubt that was black. They was all pseudo. I just been making my skin crawl for the last couple of days. That's all it is. I'm emotional, Logic. I don't care. I'll come in emotional.
No, I appreciate the honesty. Honestly, it don't have nothing to do with. It don't have nothing to do with them being black, yo. Well, you know what? Let me see. It has a lot more to do with they gave it to black people rather than them being black. Like, they could have been white and have done the same thing, and it still be just as egregious.
So where them people at? Where them people at you be talking about, Logic? I ain't heard of none of them. The white that gave it to black people.
No, I'm saying the information, like the. No, hear me because I heard you. So I'm saying, like, if it doesn't, it's not about their skin color. It's about their information.
Logic, it just sounds crazy
And,
when you
and
only do it to the black people, though. It's
in
crazy.
this particular
Yeah,
scenario, we talking about black people who brought it to black people
of
without
course.
taking the
That's
proper
the only thing
steps.
that you talk about. That's the only thing I didn't heard you talk about, Logic, since you
Yeah, I
started.
mean, well, I feel you. I
Yeah,
get you.
oh, you do.
I can see how it looks on the
He needs you to. He needs you to name some white folk that done brought bullshit to black folks. So,
That's
Leo
right.
Wiener
It'll
gonna
make
have
me
to get.
feel better,
Gonna have to
Corey.
work
It'll
on
make
that
me
logic.
feel better.
That's the psychopath.
It'll
Yeah,
make me
Right.
feel better,
I
Corey.
got you. You want
And
me to be
I hear you.
The
I hear you.
RFK.
Hey, Tuck. That's specifically why I played the debate with Shockley and Welsing last night, because I don't think a lot of people knew what she was actually going up against. Like that's a perfect
Yeah,
example of just
but hold
that's
on,
the guy.
Brad. How they don't know though? How they don't know
Now,
about the time? How they don't know
because a
that?
lot of these people, because the people that are calling these people elders, Tuck, that I've realized in these conversations, we saying we attacking the elders. They don't even know who these elders are or what they did. They don't know nothing about these people. Like I had a guy tell me white genetic annihilation and melanin theory is true. And then I told him
Ah,
exactly what white genetic annihilation and melanin theory was, and he told me that I was wrong. So I already know they just calling them elders because somebody told them to. Or you got people saying I'm standing on the shoulders, and they don't realize they think that some of these people they standing on the shoulders of was
Are
was was
midgets.
was, was yeah, is racist, pseudo, and liars. They just
Look,
saying
can
it
but
I
because
can
Brad,
I say
somebody
something
else
right
is
quick?
saying
Standing on the
it.
shoulders of midgets.
Go ahead, Tuck.
Can,
Tuck
yeah,
only got a
but
second.
I don't. Yeah, but I don't. I mean, I guess you can because of how egregious some of the shit is. You can
Yeah.
demonize them by the worst shit that they ever said, but I don't know. I could just extrapolate information from a lot of different sources though. But it just seemed like with a lot of the topics, it's just we go to the worst of them and we judge them by that. But I get that's what you're really supposed to do. That's how you parse it out. That's how you
No,
know who we should listen
Hey,
to.
Tuck.
but
Hey,
But
Tuck.
I
even
don't
at
like
all right,
Hey,
hold
Tuck.
on, Lodge.
Hey, hold on, 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 hold on.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Lodge. Go
Tuck.
ahead, Lodge.
Hey, Tuck. Is Francis Cress Wilson one of our best?
is
Oh, good
Francis
question.
Quest Welsing one of our best at what?
Absolutely.
One of our best scholars?
That's tough because you got actual people that put out actual information. Like what Brad showed was her aim. Her
So
aim was
I can't
not.
critique her, but you can critique her.
Let her finish this.
Yeah, because I'm not going to the worst of her. I'm not going to the worst of her and judging her off of that. And just think about this. What if some of these people's family watch this shit? That's what I be thinking about sometimes. If I was related to Dr. Ben, I'd be wanting to know where one of you niggas was at. That's what I'd be wanting to know.
But they
I'd be
somewhere
wanting
in
to know
Puerto Rico, Tuck.
if y'all was
Can I can
up.
I can
Y'all
I add something
like,
And
to this?
like,
Rika
I
and
wouldn't,
Kenya.
I
Yeah, they somewhere we
wouldn't
don't
even care
even.
about the part that y'all was critiquing. I would be wanting to know where you niggas was at. Because y'all done
And
said
I'll
some
beat the
crazy
hell out of
shit.
Dr. Ben, folks.
Hey, can I
I ain't
add
gonna.
something?
Hey, Tuck.
And
Dr.
then
Ben
when
folks
have
better not
any
run
of
up
us
on me,
I
really
Tuck.
got
think
You
Dr.
told me
Ben.
to.
I think I heard kid said he was like
And they put their
not
hands
telling
up.
the
I
truth
was
about a lot of.
laughing like a motherfucker when you said that, Brad. Said they put their hands up, showed me right where to shoot them. I was dying laughing, Brad.
But hey, Tuck, you was laughing, but ain't it the truth? I pray somebody
Hell
run up
yeah.
on me and put their hands up. I'm gonna
yeah.
shoot you right in the
So
Yeah.
middle of the bed.
can I say something right
Promise.
quick? I'm sorry. I just got
You
this
can tell me those.
conversation is
You know, we the
bothering
Wild
me.
Wild West down here.
Oh,
Hey, look.
exactly.
Yeah.
And peace to everybody, man.
Peace.
So
What up?
whatever. So the question was asked, was Francis Scott Railson the best of us? And my answer to that is she absolutely was, because like what we're doing right now is we live in a world where everybody got cell phones, we got 5G, it's gonna get 6G, and we're looking back at the people who established dial-up communications and saying, oh, they fucked that up because they can go right here. Technology involved. Technology includes the means and tools of observation. So when a person is in her field fighting against all the oppressive things that are surrounding her and using the information, right or wrong, the information was probably wrong in her perspective, but she was using the information that a racist society of scientific racism put out for her and used that to benefit black people.
And she did more than we can even imagine for just the acceptance of Black people in these fields. Dr. Ben did, she did, Sheikh Andy Diop, all these people did amazing things, but they did it at a dial-up level. And right now we're in a Wi-Fi 5G type of era, doing fiber optics and shit. And we're looking back and saying, oh, you should have did this because we have this now. We have all these tools at our disposal now, all this free access to information. You can find out whatever you want to right now by just going on ChatGPT and asking a question. These people had to go fight to get into libraries, find a book, read the whole entire book, which probably was 80% racism in those books, and then extrapolate information to bring back that it could empower the Black community. And y'all got some fucking gall, some nerve to say that these people are somehow detrimental to our community without even giving it full context. That's why I'm so offended by what y'all are doing, bro. Like, this is a joke right now to me. And like, y'all gotta take that into perspective. And it doesn't seem like people are.
Oh fuck!
You know what I
Kyle,
did
bro.
with that? You know what I did
Oh
with that
my
2020?
God,
Giggle, giggle.
Kyle, it's so.
Hold on, can I
And
respond to
then,
that? You know what I
go
did
ahead,
with that
Sid.
2020?
That was some good firewood,
What I
boy.
did
Go
with
ahead, Sid. Go ahead, Sid.
Google.
That's it.
In 2025, now that I got all these tools in Google, we looked up people in their time, their contemporaries who did prominent work that we still utilize today, and it's in academia. So all that shit was a bunch of nothing.
That's my point. You don't.
All y'all killing us. All y'all killing us with is emotion. Y'all ain't killing us with y'all. Y'all think y'all. Hold on. Kyle, you did the Harlem Renaissance and in the soapbox. Just give me 2 seconds, bro. You did it. Now I understand you furious, right?
I am,
And
man.
then
This
you
is
start
crazy,
naming
bro.
people like Dr. Ben.
Right.
Like
You had
Straight up
me.
lied to us.
that
Straight
ain't
up
You
even
lied to us.
almost
I didn't even know
had
his
me,
real
like,
name.
come
but
on,
then you
Kyle.
named Dr. Ben. That's what
Kyle,
I
you
was going to
said
say.
Dr. Ben.
You
We
had
talking
me,
about
Kyle.
you mad at us for saying that we don't think Welsing in compared to someone else. We're not having an athletic conversation.
Bro, I was
Kyle, because I
just
respect
about
you,
to
let me tell you what I
apologize.
mean. Kyle, let me tell you what I mean
I'll be hammered.
specifically about stop.
Stop. Y'all gotta stop.
What I mean by Patan here, shouts to you. What let me tell you what I specifically mean when I say the best of us. I do not think I do not what she was. I do think her works were detrimental. But I think when I
You
say
gotta
best of
stop.
us, I'm saying there are people at the same people that had to fight through those libraries that y'all talk about. I still haven't proven, but the libraries and the German shepherds and the water, they had to do all of that during that time, fighting the Shockleys that would have got up there, that put their stuff through clinical research, got it into that. So I'm saying that that's the best of the best is the Kenneth Clarks and the Du Bois and the William Cross and the Williams and the Cobb. Those are the best of the best because they realized that yes, go get the doctorate. We don't got to fight racism with racism. We don't got to fight pseudoscience with pseudoscience. That's best of the best. Right below that would be Francis Cress Wells. So it's almost like the statement of I hate Michael Jordan so much I think he's the second greatest basketball player of all time. So I don't see how I am somehow disrespecting her when I say best of the best. I didn't say throw her in the trash. I told you I revere her for her resistance, her eloquence, her grace, her courage, and her education. I'm just trying to. No, you can't. You can go on mute, but because you get making an echo. But when I say what I revere her for, it's like y'all don't hear that part. But I cannot say in 2025 when the people that are pseudos today that I can't stand, the Umar Johnsons, the Polites, the Booker T. Colemans, the Tariq Nasheeds, that are parroting her theory. They may not even know that it came from her, but they're parenting white genetic annihilation and the homosexual thing and the melanin theory to take money out of the community today. So with hindsight and new tools, Zelle, Cash App, and social media, they're pushing her theory. They might not even know her. They're pushing the theory that she put forth though to pillage out of the black community right now.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying now.
Bruh.
I'm not arguing against what you're saying, but it sounds
Recently,
as
your
if
algorithm so fucked up, bro.
All the way
it sounds
fucked
as
up.
if it sounds as if your argument is not necessarily with those people for doing what they had to do in that point in time. It sounds like your argument is with the people current state that are using antiquated arguments and not using the advanced tools of scientific literacy that we have today. I feel like that's what your anger is that those our current generation of people that are pushing things that we have experienced that have been antiquated. Not
And the
to
fact that
people.
none of the leaders at any
Dang.
other time, Kyle,
Can I respond
none
to
of the
that?
leaders at none of the leaders at any point in the conscious community. That's why I say the Benz and them, Diop and Clark and all of them, all the guys in the conscious community at that time, or in that Afrocentric community at that time, they pushed that shit forward. So you know what you get now in the Afrocentric conscious community? The Reggies pushing this stuff forward. Now they might not be pushing the ideas forward, but they pushing the people forward and standing on the shoulders and all of that. So that's how you go from something in the 70s. Hold on,
I'm with you.
last sentence. I'll just take 10 seconds. If anybody would have took the stance, a hard stance of saying her theory is cultural and political, but as far as scientific, it is not scientific. It is completely pseudo. It should be used in a cultural and political sense. But you know, they didn't do that. They just made vague terms of calling doctors that weren't doctors. They were pushing these thoughts and saying, yeah, they got a whole bunch of shit wrong, but we stand on the shoulders. That doesn't stop the message from reaching somebody who thinks these things are scientific. Kyle, like
They set the
us.
precedent
We trying to
for you to
actually take
make
a
up
hard
shit.
stance.
They set
When
the
a person-
precedent for
when a
you to
person-
make up shit, to bypass modern academia, traditional academia, and you can just make up your own shit. They set the precedent. That's why people like them, because they get to go around making up their own shit too.
Yeah, but the thing is, though,
Crazy.
in that point in time, that's what everybody was doing, and it was a
No, it's
body of
not what everybody was doing. That's what we're
The
pushing.
Shockley
Why do
guy
you
was
think I keep
wild.
saying Kenneth and made me? Now hold on, Kyle.
Y'all
There we
keep
go.
forgetting that the
Hold
white
up, hold up.
academia
when I
came
say
down
Just
on black people.
explain that part to him, yo. You got to the good part,
I'm
right?
using everybody as a colloquial term. I'm not saying every single person.
Okay.
You have your outliers. I was using a colloquial
And we're
term.
not saying all quotas were pseudo.
And what I'm saying is the majority of people, like that's what I'm saying. The majority of people that at that time subscribed to pseudo-scientific literacy. And what she did, and she may not have the tools that the people that you was naming had.
But she did. That's the problem, Kyle.
She didn't though. She wasn't.
Kyle, she got her doctorate. Hold on, Kyle. She got her doctorate. Let me just tell you a 2-second story, bro. That's why in this argument, I keep thinking that people think that we think she's stupid. I don't. I think she is brilliant. I'm just trying to figure out how this brilliant doctor somehow one day, from verbatim from her mouth, decided that she was going to skip all the other people and help the functionally from as a child illiterate security guard unlicensed barber Neely Fuller push forward theory and then use some bullshit from somebody else and then create her theories. Like she didn't have that. She was in academia. She actually got a doctorate. She's not like Benjamin. She had an actual doctorate from an actual college university in psychiatry. And then she started talking about biology and genetics, but she knew she couldn't do unless she was going to use a biologist or use a geneticist. But then she skipped all the educated people around her and said her heart took her to a party. And she heard Neely Fuller from across the room say race is a system, and she just decided to start doing it. Now, why would she skip all the educated people in her circle to go talk to an unlicensed barber security guard who was telling people he had a Nobel Peace Prize at the time? Like, he was insane.
That's because she had confirmation bias. Her life experience made her attach herself to a destination of her understanding.
That's fine. Then don't tell me that she did the right thing. A confirmation bias.
I'm not saying she did the. I'm not saying.
But you said she didn't have. No, not
she did the right
thing. You said she didn't have the tools. She definitely had the tools. But
didn't
like,
have the
you know what,
tools, bro? You just said she wasn't about.
Hold on. But you just credit. Unc made a statement when we had this conversation 3 or 4 days ago. He said her faith betrayed her education. So that's not that she didn't have the tools. Her cognitive dissonance and her faith betrayed her education. She skipped over her education. Y'all, this is not a woman. Listen, I know y'all like the German Shepherd and water hoses and can't get in the library's argument, but apparently she got into a library because she got her doctorate from a university. So that's not her excuse. She had no excuse other than cognitive dissonance or her faith betraying her education. She definitely could have did it the right way. She just chose not to.
You know
She
what
went to
my
several
issue is here?
So
My
Hold
issue is
on,
here.
Kyle don't be having a long time to speak. Let him land his plane, and then that'll be it. And then we go to Joey.
No, I appreciate it. So again, like my point I'm trying to make is like the things you're saying are right. The things that I'm saying I feel are right. But the truth lies somewhere in between. So like if we need to consider all those different variables and give a lot of these people grace within our community because they did the best, and this is just me personally speaking, but they did the best that they possibly can based on their environment, based on their education level, and based on the societal pressures against them. And so, like, I'm not sitting here saying that what she said was right and we got to push it today. I'm saying that the issue is a lot of people that know she was wrong. The same way I know I'm a network engineer. I know that the best network is not going to be set up with a DSL or a dial-up connection. So if I do that, I'm wrong for doing that, knowing that it's better technology, better ways to handle that situation. But she didn't. I can't say that she necessarily knew because she didn't have training in biology. She didn't have training in genetics. But she had a deep feeling in her heart that was presented based on her environmental circumstances that made her do something to motivate Black people that went through those same exact experiences. So on that point, I can't say she was wrong, but I can say she was wrong scientifically. So these are two separate conversations and arguments. You see what I'm saying?
And guess what? I said I don't blame her, and I fully understand why she did it. I'm just calling out what she did. And now, last land your plane, and answer this question for me. I know you got to go. But would you understand why a hard stance? You can revere her for her resistance. You can say she was elegant, graceful, educated, and all of that. But would you agree that we have to put a hard stop on the theories that were cultural and political and make sure people understand they're not scientific? Because would you agree that we probably wouldn't have an Umar Johnson and these people quoting that stuff if she didn't make it a scientific? She was quoting it as science. And even if she didn't know biology and didn't know genetics, she also knew she wasn't qualified to do it. You know, that's part of doctorate training, right? That they teach you when you start putting forth this stuff, that cross-domain violation, you most certainly should not be as a psychiatrist quoting, even if it's interdisciplinary, she still can't use it she can't be an expert on biology and genetics also. It's interdisciplinary in that you learn biology and genetics in it. But that doesn't mean you could just start putting forth biological and genetic shit, just breaking all the rules. She knew that. There's no way, because now y'all telling me that she's dumb. Not you, but the community is now telling me that she don't know no better. And I'm the one giving her the credit that she did know better. She's a brilliant woman. Go ahead, whoever else wants to talk. Thanks, Kyle.
Let me jump in here and say something. I understand all the logic of what you're saying, but I think sometimes you have to get angry. Fist pumping has its place in these conversations. Black power has its place in these conversations. You don't have to be scientific all the time. You can have an emotional response sometimes and say we fed up with what's going on. We can express our anger and outrage. There's nothing wrong with that.
Not in theory.
No. I agree with you, but I'm saying,
and that's all I'm talking about.
Power has its place. And I find to me, everybody wants to nobody agree with when people say based on. And I'm okay with agreeing with people based on Black people. I'm okay with agreeing with people based on scientific literacy.
Right.
But sometimes you have to express your anger in these conversations and just let people know I'm angry about it. F biology, let's have an angry Black man conversation because I need to get it out. Nothing is wrong with that.
No problem at all. Wasn't even mad
Let
at
me
what she said on TV on the interview. It was pseudo or racist, but I wasn't even mad at it because she was standing in front of that. But if you then start, if you then create a melanin theory and create a white genetic annihilation, you're making an excuse for white supremacy. Like there isn't the like white supremacy, it has a lot of cogs and mechanisms in it that keep it going and keep it in power. We don't need to make up genetic ones. You actually divert resources that you can actually use to address it, the ills that it creates. But then when you say white genetic annihilation and it's genetically informed in melanin theory and color compensation, now all of a sudden you've created a thing that you can't possibly even address. Because now you got people thinking that people are born racist or they're born thinking white supremacy. So now you can't even fight it. It's the same to me, in my opinion, it's the same as when you make
Despair.
a white person that you can address, a white racist in 2025, when you calling them devils and you putting them close to God, you've just turned this guy into a super racist. Like you made it to where it's like, oh, he's a white devil. You know, and you can't even fight it at that point. You can't even address the issue when you do that. No, they just racist. And we can address the symptoms, the redlining, the unfair practices of banking, the unfair practices of healthcare. You don't address white supremacy, in my opinion, ever with more racism. And black supremacy is way worse than white supremacy. Because all we be doing is confirming that if we were in the same position, we do the same thing, which may or may not be true because we all basically human, colored the constructs. But black supremacy, trying to fight white supremacy with black supremacy. So what you're saying, they're wrong, but if we get in the same place, we do the same shit. Aren't we supposed to at least believe, whether it's true or not, that we would do better if we were the power dynamic? So I
so
don't think we're all having the same conversation. And don't lump my argument in with everybody else's. I think she's
hold
a
on.
beautiful woman. I think she's powerful. I just don't agree with her methods.
I
And
hear
that's
you,
just my opinion.
I hear you and I understand what you're saying.
And we can't hear you.
I have to understand shit entity. I've tried the academic way, and he was still ostracizing black people like you and I who are supposed to be intelligent, still disagreeing with the man after he came with an argument that most of us didn't read. And when we do read bits and pieces, we're trying to say the man just walked up in there with a black fist pump. No, he didn't do that. The people are still disregarding what he said 50 years later. Academia is rigged.
You
So
got to
while
get
we
a better mic. I can't hear you. I don't know if everybody else can
What?
hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear what he said. What did he say?
Academia
What
is
did he say?
rigged.
What did he
He
say?
said academia is rigged, bro. So what do we trust?
Well, at the
well,
time, academia was at the time. Now that's not a bad argument for the time. That some of academia, I mean, they had gotten away from drapetomania, and as they changed the rules in the APA, in the DSM, as they updated the rules and they added more of the systemic racism in the criteria for certain theories to become clinical, then yeah, there was a time that during that time they were moving away from those things, and those things weren't considered mainstream consensus or mainstream science. But now we got a way different way. But even during her time, you can't say these things when I could point to theories that were cultural and political put forth by black people in her time. You can't say that academia was 100% rigged. Do I think it was against her? Most certainly. But it wasn't 100% rigged because there were cultural and political theories at the time that were pushed through the same rigor as anybody's theory and made clinical. So that
I think
argument
it's
doesn't work.
I think it's time to at least read what the universal cultural theory is.
Go ahead. You got a channel. I'm not reading that shit. I'm trying to. I
I'm
think at
working.
this
I'm
point,
using my hand. I'm trying to get
yeah,
you to
yeah.
pull
No,
it
no.
up.
I'm saying later. I'm just saying at this point, I just want people because I hear the pain in Kayel's voice. That's why I always pick on Kayel because Kayel is actually sensible. We're a lot alike. So if I hear the pain in his voice, then I hear that he don't hear what I'm saying. He thinks I'm actually trying to kill this woman, and that's not the goal. Now, I don't know why you said Francis Cress Wilson and Dr. Ben in the same sentence, well, Benjamin in the same sentence. But I have tiers for scholarship. Benjamin don't fall in that tier. That woman was an actual doctor, a doctor in psychiatry. While I don't agree with her works, she is not Benjamin Youssef. It's not him. Not him at all. Your homie die, you being alive, gas him up. Yeah, everybody, y'all could talk, bro. I'm not.
If you give me a second, I got you.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
but it's just me and you.
Sosa asks who in the conscious community and she's the best. I think we got an answer.
Wait, yeah.
A smart brother said it too.
No, and that's the funny thing. I'm clowning Logic, and Logic was actually right. There are people that think that she was literally the best.
Or among our best. Right? Yeah.
No, I can't argue that. No, I'm saying the best. The best of all. Like, I wouldn't, there's tiers to everything, bro. I don't even know how this is disrespectful at this point. I almost want to just do a show and allow people to cuss us out so I could find their argument, because I can't find it. Because every time they keep saying I don't agree with her theory and I know it was wrong, but she had to do it, she had no other option. I don't get that part. That's the part I don't get. Now they're saying Youssef's kids is looking for us and all of that. Man. What are we doing here?
But herein comes the emotional
Bro,
response.
she did it across a 30-year career. Like, we acting like she just
this wasn't
one
just
year and just kept it like, yeah, that's how it was back then. Like, no, she kept that shit going all the way to 1990 something, bro, doing seminars and events, and man, come on.
Real.
Yeah, we
she made a career out of this.
Yeah, we kind of acting like there ain't a political movement around this rhetoric or something.
Joy DeGruy.
Yeah, racial battle too. I mean, post PTSS.
Yeah.
Now y'all just say Joy DeGruy, but what? What about her?
I ain't too versed in her shit to know for real.
Yeah, I'm versed in it.
Y'all gotta feel
But
me.
what about her? You just said her name. What about her?
Breaking up, my boy. Whoever that is.
Yeah, what did they say that in California, or is that something else?
I guess y'all feel the same way about.
Can't make out.
Yes, we all feel that you should have a better connection and/or microphone.
I got chefs.
You got the Njosi mic. You said I got chefs mic. Go ahead, just say it and then go back on mute if you can. I think that's for Ty.
So I was saying y'all must feel the same way about Joy DeGruy. Joy DeGruy, Percy.
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, why not?
Mm-mm.
One brought up post-traumatic slave syndrome. I mean, I brought those.
Because she used established research.
But it's the same.
She uses. Hold on. You want my answer? I'm about to give it to you. She used established research in trauma, epigenetics, and social psychology to connect historical oppression to current behavioral patterns. Her core arguments overlap with the existing literature on historical trauma and adverse child experiences. So she's more accepted in academic and clinical spaces because her work aligned with existing trauma models and can be integrated into therapy and policy discussions. She's still more of a public intellectual than a prolific peer-reviewed scholar, but she stays within the bounds of established science. Now, I didn't know that I'm reading this off of ChatGPT, but now I'm gonna give you my answer.
It is like Malcolm versus
Y'all got bad. It's always the niggas with the worst connections that talk the most.
Well, if you would close.
Can't deal with nothing, bro. Your mic,
there it is. I was waiting on it to show up. Shut up. Just quiet down. So the difference between Joy DeGruy, in my opinion, is that she didn't pull from Neely Fuller and what's the other guy's name? Is it Richard King?
Leonard,
She
yeah,
didn't
Richard King.
Richard King, right? She didn't pull from something that wasn't substantial. She pulled from actual stuff, like actually scientific stuff. So it's not a, I don't know, man. And I don't want to do the whataboutism because this is how we end up. Well, now y'all killing Joy DeGruy. I don't get it.
Man, it all started off.
I don't know
We was
what.
trying to make a distinction between who we felt like was scamming, or you know, or who was just flat out pseudo. Everybody else interjected all these extra arguments, which made us expound on some of these things that we still hashing out right now. The simple
Right.
thing, we was going down a list of different people. We weren't supposed to get hung up on one person. It wasn't the thing. But all of a sudden, everybody stuck their chest out for Princess Cress Wilson, and here we are today.
But
It's about
but
the entirety of not just one person.
and the other difference with DeGruy is she didn't present this shit as biology. Like it was historical, it was psychological, but she didn't present it as post-traumatic slave. Now she used syndrome, which is a scary thing, but she doesn't claim that PTSS is about biology. It's history and trauma. So even if you want to debate PTSS, you're not even debating her. You'd have to debate the history and debate the trauma. It's not built on something made up. Melanin theory is made up. White genetic annihilation, made up. It's all made up stuff. This is a doctorate. I don't care if somebody on a Sinetta panel or pseudo killer panel just starts saying stuff. You don't got to listen to them. You can mute them. Like Patah, you can just mute them. I'm saying that when a doctor does it, they have to be held to a different standard. And we're all qualified to hold a doctor to a different standard if you understand like base stuff about science. Because when you go to the hospital and you talk to a doctor that's basing his shit off of previous cases and actual consensus on medicine, you will always treat that person different than the guy that walks up to you when they can't figure out what's wrong with you. And the other guy with the doctor in front of his name says, well, listen, we got this trial. We ain't did no studies, but you the first, and we could use it on you. Now you might die, right? There's no, give or take, and we don't know nothing about it. Do you want to do it? See, some of y'all wouldn't do these things in your real life. See, like you wouldn't teach your kids white people are inherently evil. You'd be screwing them for the rest of their life by just saying all of them are evil. Don't trust none of them. Like that's they just born that way. They just want to kill you. That's all they want to do. You just created a terrorist. But it's okay because I guess he's a black terrorist. I guess it's the people I'm talking to. If this is what y'all believe, that it's okay to just think all white people is evil, and then it's okay for them to somehow take that and say all black people are evil, then have at it. Maybe that's what the conversation we having. You don't see nothing wrong with what you said because you actually believe it.
Yeah, I think
It was a
that's actually
response to
happening.
all the
Yeah, I do think that they don't see the imbalance of power when it comes to us using racism and them using racism. I don't think that people really get that. And like somewhere, definitely somewhere in this, they would have to at least agree with her method, which is part of what we're trying to like kind of fight back against is her method.
Sirius B said many of those so-called Afrocentric elders put forth work that was politically motivated. Dr. Clark outright admits that he teaches history through a political lens, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. We just
And
need
that's
to
fine.
understand that
Ain't
that
nothing
was
wrong with
right.
that.
And we have no problem with that, Brendan.
That's fine.
No problem with that at all. But
So
when
I
you
never thought
say the
I never
word,
thought Dr. Clark was scamming or nothing like that. I never felt that way about that. You know what I mean? So if anybody listened to the previous shows, like I think we made the distinctions. But yeah, nobody has an issue with that right there.
So
I think you said Brandon read that. Brandon wrote that.
Yeah,
He's right. I agree with that.
But here's the thing, Brendan. This is where we differ. and I agree with what you're saying. This ain't where I differ with your statement. This is just where this is kind of like to help you flesh out my argument. Many of those so-called Afrocentric elders put forth work that was politically motivated. Dr. Clark outright admits that he teaches history through a political lens. Cool. What she did that was different was it was culturally motivated, politically motivated. I would even add racism motivated from the other side, or white supremacy motivated from the other side. But she's pushing it as science, like as if it's like as if this is like if it's correct. And then now you got people throughout the years still pushing this as science to unscientific people. And they actually believe this, like because she was using her credibility as a doctor to do it. And on top of that, here's the danger with even with John Henry Clark. Even if we don't think that he was doing it, and he was pushing forth that as political and cultural, he was pushing melanin theory. He was pushing white genetic annihilation. So it's like there was no hard stance ever taken on her. And then now all we hear is, well, we don't use none of her stuff and we don't do that. Everybody in the world talking about Umar right now. Where did Umar come from? White genetic annihilation, melanin theory, the homosexual destruction of the black race, color conversation. That's his whole MO. And he's now talking to unscientific people in 2025. But the difference between these people is that if they just did a quick search when he said white genetic annihilation, they don't got to see 1,000 things positive about it. They could just see that it's pseudo and incorrect. So at least they can make a proper information. But if they hear it from Umar, they watch his Sinetta, you got people that they respect saying, standing on their shoulders, they never hear that it was wrong or that it was incorrect. Where are you going to go to get the information that it was incorrect? These are unscientific people. These aren't people that they're not saying they don't know any better. They just don't care to know any better. They don't want to be a biologist. They don't want to be a geneticist. That's why I say sometimes in our particular conversations on this channel, while we can get to the source, sometimes I just want to have a real conversation about people. These are raw conversations. Y'all critique us, right? Because y'all are thinking that we done looked up these answers all the time before we spoke. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But this is people's real opinions. This is my opinion. This is like the real world. This is Said's opinion. Sosa, not so much. Sosa has more of a clinical background in this, so it's an informed opinion. These are just our opinions. That's what you're watching this for. You're not watching this for some kind of clarity of Dr. Francis Cress Wilson was terrible. No, unless I say that. So, and serious. Okay, and Brendan agrees. That's the step that goes too far. Well, I wish Patai had some discipline. If Patai had some discipline, we could have a good conversation. He just ain't got no damn discipline.
What kind of opinion do we want to put forth? An informed opinion or an uninformed opinion? Because we can
In a
have an opinion
reality, in a show where we're just giving our opinions, and an opinion.
But
like just your opinion. If you want to do a show where it's scientific literacy and sourced out and cookie cutter reading from a PowerPoint and all of that kind of stuff, then there's shows for that. Shouts to the pseudo killers. I applaud them for that. They give you the actual thing so you can kind of remove the opinion part of it. So where you can just see one thing is this, one thing is that. This is your opinion. This is my opinion. Now this is what science says. That's not what we're doing. That's why I don't mind going to science, but I don't always want to go to science. I want to hear how people feel. Because people in the chat aren't always scientific, bro. They're not. Patah is not scientific. You aren't always scientific. You just told us not even 40 minutes ago, the blacker the skin, the more power they got. I didn't knock you for that. If you actually feel like that, then that's how you feel. I'm not about to be like, go get a source. That don't make sense. You just talking. That's what you feel. That's your opinion.
Delineate the personal opinion from the informed. We have to delineate the personal opinion, the informed opinion, the critique from the, because when we're talking on these platforms, we want people to understand what we are saying, where we're coming from. So if
they can hear what we're saying and do the work too, Joey.
Bro,
They can hear what we're saying, hear what the main issue, Joey, is that it really only be in a room full of 20. This is during the time while people are at work. So it's really just 4 people talking and you're just hearing their opinions going back and forth. If everybody was talking, then it would be a more informed conversation. So
but I
that's
thought,
the actual issue.
but if you thought people had intelligence and everybody
What?
understood, people, everyone can.
All right, I'm gonna give you my opinion. You need to go to Amazon and
Oh God,
and fix your microphone. Why do you sound amazing live, but in the
I have,
Discord chat it just sounds terrible?
I have no
And I'm not.
idea.
I'm only half joking, but the fact that we're live, I got to make sure that they hear what you say, or it just sounds like on one of the videos I was just talking back and forth to myself. I sounded absolutely crazy.
I don't know what to do about it. Right now. Can't do nothing about it. This is
No, I know. But this is recorded. If we was just in the Discord chat, I could just try to hear you out. But a lot of times, those are the challenges. What's up,
I
Cole?
love the method that you are using. People are, even though you're using that method, people are going to see you play what she said and then still just talk and not actually address what was said and what you showed. Because you didn't just want to, in that case, give your personal view. You want to say, this is what she's saying, this is what he's saying. Now form an opinion based on what was said, not just what I said. You understand?
Agreed.
Herein lies the
Agreed.
problem. They don't want to do the work, even though it's so easy. People, sometimes people look at us and feel we put so much of work into the presentation. And let's be honest, it's work, but it ain't as much work they think once you know where to go to get a source. You don't
Yeah.
have to be the most intelligent person in the world. Just quote somebody who everybody respects, and guess what? You are off the hook
What?
because you
See,
did.
boy. Just
I don't
quote
know.
somebody
It sounds like
everybody
y'all can hear
respects.
what he's saying. It sounds like y'all can hear what he's saying. I can't. So
He
what
said,
have you
just
heard what
quote
he said?
somebody everybody respects and you all good. That's what he said.
What did you said that?
Yes, he did say that.
You can't just
Yeah,
quote. That's exactly what we're speaking against.
exactly.
When you just quote something that because bro, sometimes you know what I learned last night, like for Qatar. Sometimes the people that they respect, they just respect them because somebody that they respect told them that that was a person to respect. The only reason that anybody in 2025 under the age of 35 or 30 respects Benjamin is because somebody that they respect told them that Benjamin was a doctor. They don't know him. They don't know him. They don't know. They don't know that man. They don't know that he had. They were calling Dr. Ben before he even had an honorary doctorate. He was teaching at Cornell before he had an honorary doctorate. Dr. James Turner skipped over a whole bunch of qualified, respected people to get him into that guest lecture position at Cornell University. So the only reason why anybody my age or under would even respect Youssef was because I heard somebody I respect say it. That's it. You don't, and if you just respect people in that way, I don't even think that that's how respect works. So now you're saying, now the danger in just saying that the respect of a quote is somebody put something up. No, it's got to be more than a quote, especially if you're presenting whatever they're presenting as science. If it's cultural and political, cool. I didn't create black supremacy is worse than white supremacy. MLK said that. Martin Luther King said that. It's cultural, it's political. I don't know if it's scientific. I'm pretty sure it's not. But I say it, and I say it with a full understanding. And I'm not doing that because somebody told me to respect Dr. King. I've done enough respect, and I mean I've done enough research, seen enough, read enough, heard enough from him directly to say he's a man of respect. So when he says black supremacy is is worse than white supremacy, I agree. Not based off just his name. You can't just do it just based off of respect because we already told you, bro. Last night, somebody told me somebody said the words Carter G. Woodson, who are the elders? Who are these elders? Elder is man of respect. I appreciate whoever put it in the chat the definition, but it's man of respect, a person that leads the community. Carter G. Woodson, W.E. Du Bois, Kenneth and Mamie Clark, and then finished with Francis York and Bobby Hemmett. If y'all don't want tears in y'all community, I don't want to be in your community. Because I'm not putting Francis York and Bobby Hemmett with Carter G. Woodson and W.E.B. Du Bois. I'm not doing that.
But
Y'all can
W.E. Du
talk.
Bois, W.E.B. Du Bois was pseudo. He
Oh,
promoted
wow.
He promoted the talented 10. W.E.B. Du Bois was pseudo for promoting the talent. I The dare talent 10 anybody wasn't a to
Oh
disagree.
no,
It
but
wasn't
you're not. Then you
scientific. It
missed
was
my.
a
Then you
pseudo.
hold on. But you missed my
No,
point.
no, no, no. But I can come. No. My point is that he was pseudo. He promoted the
Okay.
talented
No,
10.
that
And
was
solely
political
and not scientific.
And I don't agree with you.
It is pseudo. It is very pseudo.
I don't agree with you.
It is pseudo. Let's read up on the talented 10. And although it may be political and not scientific, it was promoted by him, and it is pseudo. It is pseudo.
So
We need to.
no. Rather than just yelling, stop.
Yes,
Rather than
part
yelling
of
that it was
what
pseudo.
part of it, stupid?
What was pseudo about the talented 10? Don't just keep saying it was pseudo. What was it?
The talented 10 came out of a time in the United States of America.
What was it?
When people,
What was it? What does it mean?
It promoted elitism. And I dare anybody
be specific. Be specific. Don't. What was the talented 10th? What did it mean? Like talented 10th in the dictionary. Define it.
The talented 10th, as QPs interpret it and comprehend it, is that within a group of people, we will pick out specific people who their role and responsibility was to provide, but I try to break it down in layman terms, to provide a lighthouse, a guiding light for the rest of the people within that same community. And he chose to say 10% of the people possess the ability to do that.
Okay.
And
so why is that? Why is that? Why
is it pseudo? It is pseudo because pseudo because 10% of people. Why that arbitrary number? Why the arbitrary number? Why he came up with just 10%? 10% is an arbitrary number.
Okay.
Is it not?
So
is it not?
Hold on. Was he saying that it was science, or was he saying that it was social and a strategy?
He was promoting it social and a strategy, but social.
So then it couldn't have been pseudo.
No, it can be pseudo. It can be pseudo.
No. Listen.
No. You're saying that it couldn't be pseudo because it's merely a political or a social approach. But political and social approach can also be pseudo because it can
I'm not saying
entwine
that.
people's
Listen, I'm not
mind.
doing the whataboutism. I'm talking. No. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about when you say that why would I critique one? Because this is why the whataboutism is dangerous.
Oh no, I'm not arguing what about it.
Hold on, wait. No, we're not arguing. We're just talking. When she presented her cultural and political theory, it was incorrect, but it would have just stayed there as incorrect. When she presented it as science, when she started saying that it was scientific, and somehow, and she started putting morals and behaviors with a biological definition on the entire race, that's where it went in the race. W.E.B. Du Bois, when he said the talented 10th, hold on. Pseudo means something is pretending to be scientific. That's what I mean when I say pseudo. So the reason why I'm saying no, it was pseudoscience. Well, I'm just using it.
You're saying pseudoscience. All right.
Right. I'm just saying the word pseudo. I know different people. That's why I'm trying to correct myself before we get into it, and we don't need to. I'm saying when I say pseudo, I mean the actual word, not this bullshit they be saying in the conscious community. Most people say pseudo and have no idea what it means. Pseudo means something pretending to be scientific. If you're using the language or the form of science and you have no evidence to back it up, that's cool. I have no problem with the talented 10th. I have no problem with the talented 10th because to me it's just a social educational strategy.
All
He
right.
didn't put
Okay.
no biology on it. He didn't
Can
say
I
it
remark?
was real quick. He didn't say that it was proven by any psychology. He didn't say that this is correct because of the biology or any kind of hard science. It was like a slogan or an argument.
Okay. Let me.
Hers was she
No,
said
no.
it was backed by genetics and
I am
biology.
not. I am not whataboutism. No, I'm not comparing him to
No,
anybody else.
I ain't say that's what
With
she did.
him,
I'm saying I don't want to do that. I'm saying I
I'm not.
don't want to compare them to.
I'm not comparing him to anybody. Pseudo is a
Okay.
prefix. Do we agree with that? That the word pseudo is a prefix,
Yes.
right? And pseudo
Yes.
has been attached to many other terminology, right? It can, but in this community, for this instance, you are referring to him as not being pseudo scientific, and
Yes.
I'm not questioning that.
I'll add the
That is
scientific.
true.
I'll add the
That
scientific.
is true. He's not pseudo scientific, but he's a pseudo human being. Because many other things that he came up with was bullshit. And the talented tent was bullshit. So he had a pseudo argument. It might not be a scientific argument, but that don't make it any less pseudo. And the talented tent argument that he promoted was a pseudo argument that is based on bullshit. It was an
So it's a
arbitrary number
prefix.
that
No. It's a prefix.
of course.
You said it. Okay, but you said it's a prefix. So put
Yes,
the
and
second word to it. I put pseudoscience. I put science after the prefix. So it's pseudo what?
All right, let me think about it. Pseudo social engineering. Pseudo social
engineering.
engineering, right? Because what he was trying to do was to promote and create a social class that, in his mind, would be the beacon for everybody in black society, and that is pseudo. And because of that, his work is pseudo. And because his work is pseudo, he is also pseudo. So I can say W.E. Du Bois is pseudo, and I dare anybody to prove that the talented tent that he promoted was not pseudo, in terms of not being scientifically
But
pseudo.
pseudo how? Just put an input. So you're saying it's
Because
pseudo
it was
what?
arbitrary. Because it was arbitrary.
You put a thing to it. Pseudo what?
He was promoting pseudo social engineering.
Pseudo social engineering.
Right.
Okay.
W.E. Du Bois was pseudo. W.E. Du Bois was pseudo as
No, I
anybody.
love the word. I was just trying. I actually think that was fly how you did that.
Of course. Of course.
I think it's fly.
Not because Stupies have an area accent didn't mean that Stupies drop out of more college than anybody else.
I'm tell y'all about bad boy. I'm tell you.
Yeah. But He's taking you in deep water right now
for no reason, bro.
Of course. No, go and read W.E. Du Bois' works, because I've read
What'd you say,
some
Corey?
of
Hold
his
on,
work.
Stupies.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Corey? I'm trying to get different voices other than the
I
normal.
said I was just saying. I've been trying to tell y'all Stu Peas is a bad boy now. I mean, don't underestimate Stu Peas. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, that 10% was an arbitrary number. And unless you can prove fact in that 10%, you cannot quote the talented 10 in anything. And I would not teach my children about the talented 10. Then there's no way any black person should be teaching their children about the talented 10. So if we're going to go after
missing
no, we're
the
not missing the
spirit of the
point.
whole conversation.
So we can't talk spirit. We can't talk about spirit when it comes to W.E. Du Bois. We're going to talk about
So what I'm saying is
any ruler that
this
you're
man,
walking with, walk with that same ruler for everybody.
Say, bro. Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
W.E. Du Bois, if I'm not mistaken, is touted as like one of the best American sociologists ever.
Straighten my argument.
We would be talking, huh?
You're strengthening my argument. With this qualification, you're actually strengthening my argument. But go ahead. It sounds wonderful. He's the best what? Social what?
I said he's one of the most celebrated American sociologists, if I'm not mistaken.
Beautiful. With a pseudo argument, with an arbitrary number that he plucked out of the air.
No, we can't. If we're going to use a ruler to measure people, we have to use the same ruler and the same argument that we have against people. No, somebody needs to this panel to tell me where the double EB the boys came up with that 10%. That 10% is actually from white people, from the Roman decimal, desiccate. Romans used to desiccate, meaning that they took a tenth of the army that was not moving right and kill them. They set up the troops in 10, 10, 10, 10, decimal desiccate. That's where it come from. So guess what? The 10 sound good because instead of what the Romans did when people were not behaving right, in killing 10% of the army, what he decided, I'm going to promote 10% of black people. I'm not going to do like the Romans. Go and read up on the Romans and desiccate where it came from, the origin of that word. And you realize that
It didn't come from the Romans.
where it came from. Where it came from. You want to bet?
I'm just telling you,
Desiccate
it
in the
didn't come
Roman.
from. I'm
Just
just telling
just
you.
going
I'm just
hard.
telling. I'm
He
just
mean
telling you, it didn't
decimate.
come from the Romans.
Decimate.
Yeah,
Decimate.
mean
and that's because
decimate,
when you
y'all.
say, because now you're saying
Yeah,
deca like it's 10, but he meant, but decim. That's why I looked it up. I wasn't gonna look
yeah,
it up.
yeah.
You almost had
Yeah,
me.
but look at
So
them.
you said
Sorry.
decimate, trying to make it
But
10, and
look
and
at
that ain't
Roman.
10. He
All right.
didn't get
Look
it
at
from the
Roman.
Romans.
Look at the
He didn't
Roman
get it from the
punishment.
Romans.
All right. Look at, please go into Chat GPT and
In
look how the
19th
Romans
century,
punish.
hold on. In
Mhm.
19th century, I don't know. I don't care what the Romans
Mhm.
did. I'm just
But that's my
asking, did
argument.
he?
That's my
No, I
argument.
know that's your, no. Listen
Uh,
to me. I know that's your argument, but I'm not going to look
mhm,
at where the Romans got 10 from. I'm going to look at where Du
mhm,
Bois got his idea and concept for the talented 10th. Why
mhm,
was it 10?
mhm,
So it
mhm.
wasn't from the Romans. It came out of 19th century American educational thought. The idea that a small group of educated leaders could guide societal progress, common in elite, you're right in this part, common in elite, white, liberal, and missionary circles. Du Bois adapted this to Black America and the Negro problem in his essay, The Talented Tenth. There's
Yeah.
also influence from Plato's Republic. Plato's guardian class concept, a small educated elite should govern wisely, and was well known in classical education, and Du Bois studied the classics at Harvard and in Europe. Booker T. Washington was the contrast, and I don't know why he specifically said 10th. I mean, it sounds cool, but it's a Western political thought, and it's still today. With
It's
that,
in pseudo.
it
It's not
funds.
a
Hold
pseudo
on,
talk.
no, it's not pseudo, but it's
How is it
it's
not
not.
pseudo?
It's because it's not. It's not. He wasn't trying to be. He wasn't trying to be scientific.
No,
It
but
was a
pseudo has
social
nothing to do
thought.
with scientific.
He's the
Pseudo has,
founder of social. Hold on,
yeah,
hold on. I know y'all go off on these tangents. Just give me one. I
yeah.
don't want to have a yelling thing with you. I just want to talk to
Sorry,
you.
sorry, sorry.
It where it didn't work, and here's the reason. Well, where it didn't work is also like a trickle down economic theory. So I had to break it down to where I understood it too. Is remember we were talking about too big to fail before, and making sure that the top 10
Mhm,
companies and this and the S&P 500, right? But that doesn't always work because a lot of times when you try to do the trickle down economics, it never makes it to the bottom. And even Du Bois later in the 30s and 40s, he revised it because what he didn't realize is you had to have a mass employment in order for it to work. You needed a mix of Booker T. What happened was you needed what we all agreed to at the same. You needed a mix of Booker T and a mix of Du Bois and put it together. You can have that class, that talented 10th, but you need mass employment like Booker T in labor circles and all of that. And then it's something that'll work. And in the 30s and 40s, Du Bois realized that. That's why he didn't die saying talented the 10th. Later on, even he said, yeah, it doesn't apply. But once
uh-uh.
again, it was a social thing. It
Mhm.
was an
So,
educational strategy. So saying that to we need to pull the talented 10th from the universities and colleges, and we need to try to change our overall our races overall address our plights by getting them educated and then plucking the talented 10th. It works, but if you don't have the mass employment behind it, it can't work because it won't. There's no guarantee that it'll trickle down to the laborers unless you have mass employment. But if you don't have mass employment, then the laborers are just watching the talented 10th do whatever it is that they're doing, and it ends up looking like, in some cases, being that the talented 10th is just up there doing shit for themselves to make sure that they stay the talented 10th.
All right, let me rebut you. Booker T. Washington, for most
You
of his
accept
life.
any part of my argument before you rebut what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't want to. Sounds like we're at war.
No, we're not war. I accept your argument
Okay.
that Bush Washington come later in his life to understand that he was bullshitting. That
No,
his
he
thinking
didn't say.
was.
No. That wasn't
That's
my
what he's
argument.
saying. That's what he
No, he
said.
just said it.
You
No,
might,
he just
no.
said that you needed you needed other pieces, but because he wasn't an economist either. He
No,
wasn't
because
an
he was
economist. He
because
didn't
he was pseudo.
realize.
Because he
No, he
was
wasn't
pseudo.
pseudo.
Yes, he was pseudo because
No
he
one.
made up.
It's just
He made.
you.
No.
You're
Hold.
the only person.
Let me finish. Let me say.
Go ahead.
Booker T. Washington realized that he was a pseudo and that he was bullshitting people
The
later in life.
boys.
No, but the boy, W.E. Du Bois, my opinion, realized that he was a pseudo and he was bullshitting people later in his life. But what he was famous for promoting without any without any knowledge of economics, without any knowledge of science, it sounds familiar? Who do that? Who promote a theory? It might not be a scientific theory, but it was a theory nonetheless, without any economic knowledge. An economic theory without economic knowledge?
It's not an economic theory. It wasn't an economic theory. He based it.
Of course.
He based it as a social theory based on Western civilization, sociological thought at the time. It wasn't an economic theory.
Whoa. So he gets a pass. He gets a pass.
Because he didn't promote it as science.
Of course, he promoted it as the next best.
No, he did not promote it as science.
Of course, he promoted it as the next best thing since sliced bread. And did
he promote it as science? I don't know what the hell that means, but did he promote it as science?
At some point, we just got you got to at least agree to something he's saying, yo.
No.
I'm telling you, W.B. Du Bois is one of the most celebrated. He's one of the most celebrated scholars in American history. American history, yo. Not
did
just
he promote it
pseudo.
as science? Just answer that question. Did he promote it as did he promote that the talented 10th was a scientific fact and had to be put in place? Did he do that?
If sociology is a science, he promoted it as a social science.
Bro.
All right, he promoted it as a social science, not a numerical science.
Fine.
Right? Now, if anybody in here can say the talented 10th argument is not pseudo, I will just sit back because that's one of the most pseudo arguments. Yeah? That's one of the most pseudo arguments in the world, the talented 10th.
Okay.
Corey, is the talented 10th science?
Hey, Brad, can you still hear me?
Chef,
I can hear you. I just don't agree.
Is the talented 10 science? Anybody in here? Is the talented 10 based on anything? Or was just a number that he arbitrarily plucked out of the sky?
I fought with ChatGPT for like 2 hours one time to try to get him to say something bad about W.B. Du Bois, bro. I just gave up. I said, that's a super nigga right there. You want to find a super nigga? See, there's a super nigga. Of course, he's gonna have some flaws,
it's gonna be very difficult to. You'll be very hard pressed in any room, white, black, scientifically literate, scientifically illiterate, to get forth the thought that W.E.B. Du Bois, literally the best of us, was a
literally.
No. You know the argument that I found, the strongest argument I found for pseudoism? He packed up and ran away. He packed up and ran away when he realized that he was dispelling bullshit to his people. He packed up and he ran away when he realized.
Are you trying to like get under our skin right now? Like, is this some African Americans type shit?
Yeah, I think you tried.
No.
Are you trying to talk shit about African Americans right now?
No, I am saying that.
I literally know why he left, and the fact that you said he left for that means the argument that you're making is pseudo. This is complete emotion.
No.
You don't even know that.
Nigga say he ran.
No. He ran.
Okay.
He ran. No, but let's be honest. If we're going to say
that Francis Cress Wilson, her argument is pseudo. And we're going to say
It
it's pseudo
was.
because, and it is. And I'm not doubting that it is. The argument is pseudo, right? But his argument was also pseudo. The talent intent was a pseudo
How many
argument.
times you said it's science, Brass?
Huh?
What's happening?
Pseudo
I
is
said, how
a
many times did
prefix.
you say it's got to be
You know,
posing
you
the
know,
science?
you know, you don't read.
What's happening?
You know that you don't read because pseudo is
Well,
a prefix.
he's actually not a
Pseudo is
dummy,
a
but like
prefix. Pseudo is a prefix. If you didn't understand that, if you didn't understand that pseudo is a prefix, you wouldn't say anything. You wouldn't mention the
But
word
he was,
so
science.
right.
but,
So
but, but he
what's
wasn't
the full
putting forth.
term?
Okay, but he's not putting forth science.
No, we're not talking about pseudoscience,
Stupies.
no.
He
We're
was just
talking about,
putting forth a social policy.
yeah,
Do
so it
you
was a
know?
pseudo.
Listen,
Would you
I would
would
not
you
have.
agree then that
Listen,
is a
listen,
pseudo
listen,
is
listen.
a pseudo social
Do you
policy?
understand that? Do you understand, real quick? Do you understand that if Frances Cress Wilson put forth her social theory as just a social theory, we wouldn't be having. I wouldn't even be having this conversation. It's the fact that
You
she
don't get
put
it.
forth a social cultural theory and then started adding in biology genetics. So where they differ is the boys can use talented 10th, and to be honest, talented 10th predates him. Like I've looked into this way further than I even wanted to. So the phrase predates Du Bois. It appears in 19th century in speeches by white Northern
Mm-hmm.
philanthropists like Henry
Mm-hmm.
Morehouse. I'm sure we know
Uh-huh.
who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Morehouse
More
used
studies.
talented 10th to describe the fraction of Black Americans he thought could be developed into leaders through higher education. He
Mm-hmm.
adopted and redefined the term in his 1903 essay, Talented 10th. The 10 was not based on biology or statistical science. It was a symbolic fraction meant to illustrate a small but significant leadership in class. It could have been 1 in 20, it could have been 1 in 15. 10 was just rhetorically clean. It wasn't pseudoscience because pseudoscience means making scientific
No,
sounding
I know.
claims without let me finish, without valid evidence. Du Bois wasn't saying exactly 10% of Black people were genetically destined for leadership. He was proposing a social policy. He was educating to educate a small vanguard deeply, and that's what'll lift the mass. Now, were they saying he was elitist and classist, and that it seemed like you just trying to
Yep.
lift this group? Yes,
Yes, he
but they
was.
weren't saying
Yes,
he
he
was
was.
pseudo, and they wasn't saying he was racist.
Okay. Everybody around here throwing out the word pseudo. Let's be honest.
Not
What
me.
does without science, without the word science, just the prefix pseudo. What does pseudo mean?
Tell us.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking the other dude who jumped. What's his name? The other dude. What pseudo mean? Because you have used it before. What pseudo mean?
Pseudo means a liar, a hypocrite, and a windbag. That's what it means.
What it mean?
A liar, a hypocrite, and a windbag. If you look it up,
Well, well,
that's
well.
what it says.
Is the
The person
prefix pseudo
lies, hypocrisy,
is the perfect
No,
is the
pseudo just
prefix
means
no
pretending to be what it's not. That's all pseudo
all
means
right
without it, just a
is the
prefix,
prefix
pretending to be
is
what
the
it's not.
is the
I looked
prefix
up
pseudo only
it says
restricted to scientific term? Is the prefix
no,
pseudo only restricted to scientific term?
no,
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's
no.
not. No, it's not. Right, so we can agree on that. But if we agree that it is not restricted to only scientific, we can't call him a pseudo. Because his argument was pseudo white people argument that he was broke. He's pseudo. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, Psycho
He's pseudo.
definitely do not like W.E.B. Du Bois. I know that already.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
he's
What did
pseudo.
you say?
Look, bro, I ain't gonna lie. That's the first time I had to say it, Brass. I said, damn, this is super. Yeah, that nigga cold.
Now let's go to another part of your argument because you said that, and a lot of people don't know. And we was talking about Kwame before. Remember we had that conversation before about Kwame Nkrumah. We were talking about the dictator Ibrahim, and we were talking about Kwame Nkrumah. So when you were saying that he left because he was uh, what'd you say? What'd you say? He left America because what?
He was running away. He ran away.
He was running
He
away
ran,
because
he,
he was
he
wrong.
ran away.
So okay, he left. I know the Kwame Nkrumah part. I know Kwame Nkrumah. He went there to Ghana to write a book for Kwame Nkrumah. I remember that. It was like it was either a biographical book or a sociological book for Kwame Nkrumah. He got sick and died there. But there's another piece that I just learned just now. So he left late in his life in 1961 for political, personal, and strategic reasons. By the 40s, 50s, he had shifted to, I knew that. Okay, he shifted toward Pan-Africanism and socialism. He was openly critical of US racism, capitalism, and Cold War policy. Now, you remember McCarthy, the McCarthyisms. And during that era, if you did that, you were considered un-American. Remember, we was in the Cold War. So right. So they withdrew his passport because of his political associations. That's the whole communist thing and all of that. He was indicted, check this out, in 1951 under the Foreign Agents Registration Act for his work with the Peace Information Center. Now, for those that don't know the Peace Information Center or the Cold War, during that time, it's not like today where you could kind of like just talk against the United States and get away with it. There was a time, the McCarthy trials and kind of the Cold War era, where when you spoke against the United States government, it was considered an attack, and you could have like there was actual ramifications for that. And what would happen was that's the spy games. So Russia would start groups in the United States, and it would seem like they just sitting there meeting for tea and discussing, politics and current news of the day. But in actuality, it was like a spy conversation, and Americans was falling for it. It's like a propaganda campaign. So they would push forth their propaganda to try to change Americans in the United States to go to their side, whatever. So he went to this meeting. That organization was considered linked to Russia. So he was being investigated by the FBI. He had the same thing they was doing to Martin Luther King, going to all of that. So in the 50s, he didn't want to, he was how would you describe it? I wish Chef was here. He was all for civil rights, but he thought it was going too damn slow. That's the Chef correct. And hold on, Chef, correct me if I'm wrong. He was in full agreement that Black people needed civil rights, but he kind of felt like it was taking too long. And he was also saying that we weren't talking about Africa. We weren't talking about anything going on in Africa, just African Americans in here. So he got an invitation from Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah. Okay, so it's an encyclopedia. He invited Du Bois to move to Ghana to work on an encyclopedia. He did that in 1961. And then he became a Ghanaian citizen. He got sick and he died in Ghana.
Okay,
writing that encyclopedia for Kwame.
All right.
So nowhere in there was he running because of his ideas. He was actually to his dying day in the to his time in the United States, he was actually fighting the government and saying that we were actually moving too fucking slow on civil rights.
Brad, can I ask you a question? Because you're one of the brightest person inside here. So I can have a conversation.
Don't say that. You're gonna have them calling me. You're gonna be calling me. They're gonna be calling me agents.
No, stupid. Say you're one of the brightest person in the room. You're brighter than me. I don't give a fuck. I don't have a problem with that. I acknowledge where I stand, and I acknowledge where I've been and where I'm going. But let's look at W.E. Du Bois' life, and let's try to correlate. We're not going to contrast now. We're going to try to come to a middle ground to try to understand this man. A man who was in his younger days was promoting an elitist idea, talented tent, which we can call a early capitalistic idea.
I didn't say it wasn't elitist. I almost agree with you that it was elitist. I almost agree with that.
Right? But then in his latter years, he disregarded basically everything that he was, and he promoted the majority of his life to now becoming severely left-leaning. Because Kwame Nkrumah was left-leaning. I know about African politics. He was left-leaning. He was easily sided with the Soviet, right? So no, W.E. Du Bois made a 360. What would I call that now? What kind of shift would I call that?
180.
Right? No, they have a pretty word for it. I can't remember it now. You see, since I get this heart attack and this stroke, half of my brain, my memory fuck up. But paradigm shift. He made a paradigm shift from who he was
to who he became before he died. He disregarded all of the preachings, all of the teachings that he had developed in his earlier years. And the only way a man of that intellect could totally dismiss all of his early teaching, because he came to recognize that early W.E.B. Du Bois was pseudo as hell. He himself recognized that, not anybody else, because he made a shift that was totally different than what he was to who he is. Now you can argue for him from the outside, but he does not make that argument for himself by his actions. He tells you by his actions that his early work was pseudo as frig. So any W.E. Du Bois you're promoting, you have to tell me which one. The early pseudo W.E. Du Bois or the later one who saw the light and came to salvation? Which one you're promoting,
Okay.
bruh?
All right. So you said a lot. So I'm gonna just address quickly some of the stuff you said. I do agree. He went to Nkrumah because of the left leaning. I do agree with that. I won't even. It had a lot to do with the encyclopedia. Don't get me wrong. But Ghana offered him. The U.S. government was attacking, and Ghana offered him that, and he did become heavy socialist towards the end. He definitely became heavy socialist towards the end and anti-colonial. And he was kind of moving away from the talented 10th and saying capitalism is the reason for all of that. So I can't disagree with that. I'm gonna tell you what I agree with the first before I tell you what I disagree with. So I agree with you there. I don't think he disregarded it as all stuff. Where I'll compromise with you there is I think he just because he disagreed with the talented 10th, that was more an educational strategy and policy. I don't think he disregarded all his old stuff and all his old ideas. I think he the methods to get that stuff across. I think he still fully believed all of those things, but the talented he figured out that the talented 10th didn't work. He was so against Booker T. Washington. Once again, he didn't realize that you had to have mass employment of the labor class, the lower. So if he's saying talented 10th, the 90% has to be heavily employed in order for that to work. Because if they're not employed, then the only thing that they could do is the talented 10th could get in there and make legislation for unemployed folks and to protect them. So I get that part. And he kind of started with the elitism because that's when the same government that he was trying to be a part of was also, he realized when they were attacking him because of the Cold War stuff, that trying to be a part of them, but not, it's kind of like Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King found out after the civil rights, probably towards the end of getting the civil rights bill passed, he immediately realized the burning house. He immediately realized that these civil rights without economic justice, the civil rights almost don't, you kind of negate the majority of the benefits you would have gotten because you didn't focus on any economic justice. With Du Bois, he realized that yes, we could be the talented 10th, but if we don't focus on labor of the other 90%, if we don't focus on the government can just sweep all that shit away and just call it Cold War thinking. So he didn't abandon everything. I will never agree with you that he was pseudo. You can just go ahead and run with that. I'm never gonna agree that you will. I'm taking that to my grave that he wasn't pseudo. But listen, that's where we can agree to disagree. But I do
Can I
agree
ask you
he
guys a
became a lot
question?
more left wing.
Can I ask you guys a
Who is that?
question?
Who is that?
Go ahead. Who is that?
Yeah.
Who are
A
you
lot of
first,
times when
man?
I'm
Say your
listening to
name.
this panel,
Say your name, please.
MVP, Chris Harris. Chris
All right,
Harris.
Chris, go ahead.
You're in the
Chris.
server, Chris, and it's the first time you came in here?
Yeah.
Shouts to
No,
Chris. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Who's this I'm
go
talking
ahead.
to?
Brass.
Who's this I'm talking to?
Brass.
Who?
Brass and stupid. Brass, like
Just simple
BRASS.
name, Brad. We don't
Brass.
know each other. Go ahead.
Okay, it's cool. Where do a lot of times when I'm listening to the podcast here or this Discord, I noticed something here. It seems like to me that y'all come across a little bit rage baity.
I do.
Why are we? Yeah, but why do we Why do we attack our black scholars? Do you have a problem with Afrocentric thinking? Because Afrocentric excuse me, thought patterns and scholarship was to correct Eurocentrism as it was being presented in America and abroad. It was used to correct the idea that Africans did not have civilizations of their own, were not able to create their own writing, medicine, and history, that we didn't have a history. And it was correcting a lot of wrong. So what problem do you have with it?
Let me go first because Brass going to give his opinion, but let me give you mine. I have no problem with people in the past being pseudo because most scientists in the past were pseudo. I celebrate African people for trying and their accomplishment. I'm not going to disregard them, measuring them in 2025 term and terminology. Why I'm calling W.E. Du Bois pseudo is because I am just presenting that, listen, Francis Wilson wasn't the only pseudo. Plato was pseudo as hell. Socrates was pseudo as hell. But we don't call them pseudo and we don't dismiss them.
Yeah, but why is Stupies?
No.
Right there, let's stop right there. Why do you call W.E. Du Bois pseudo? Have you ever read the book The Soul of Black Folk?
By the way, Chris Harris, that's the first time. If you're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about specifically this conversation, brother, let me introduce myself. I'm Brass, Tri-Media. We partner with Chef and Carnivorous, and this is our Discord.
Wait a minute,
So now,
I think you're on. Okay.
What'd you say? Go ahead. What'd you say?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
I
Okay.
got you and somebody else's media mixed up because
myself.
some people. No, I thought that maybe you've commented on my page before because I see that comment come across on my YouTube channel sometimes. I thought it was you, but maybe it wasn't. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it was me. I'll say peace. We're doing some stuff in the conscious community. I'll say peace to the chat. Hit the like button just to help the algorithm and help your channel. Like to even whether I watch it or don't. It's just support. But the other part is not
in war with a real
time.
pseudo right now, but we go there another time.
Yeah, that's cool. But here's the statement, because if you're addressing the W.E.B. Du Bois argument, not one time on this channel has anybody other than Stu P said the words W.E.B. Du Bois is pseudo. So that's not the channel.
That's why I'm asking. Yeah, that's why I'm asking him. What makes W.E. Du Bois, a scholar and an educator, pseudo?
No, because but you answer the question. You ask the question of false premises, Chris. You assume that a scholar.
That's not a false premise. I never gave you a premise, so you can't call it a false premise.
No.
You made the statement and said that he was pseudo, so I need you to tell me why is he a pseudo? He's an educator and a scholar. I never gave a premise.
Let me finish. By saying that he's an educator and a scholar, what you're actually saying,
he is.
Yes, he is. But and pseudo in the first sentence is that you're implying that an educator and a scholar cannot be pseudo. So when you're saying that, we ask the question, why do you think W.E. Du Bois is a pseudo? It has nothing to do with whether or not he's educated and a scholar, because we know that educated scholars can be pseudo. So don't ask the question that way. That's a bad way to ask the question. Ask the question.
And this is. Are you just gonna hijack the conversation and not allow me and you to interact?
No,
I can wait.
I finished talking.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I pause.
Mute out, Stupies. Go ahead, Chris. Talk this shit.
All right. First of all, I never gave a premise on W.E. Du Bois. W.E. Du Bois speaks for himself, right? But he was a scholar. He's no longer here in the living, and he is a educator, right? That's who he was. I asked you the question, why is he a pseudo? And you're just giving me these blanket statements. Just because he's a scholar doesn't mean that he can't be a pseudo. No, I'm asking you. Asking you why. Hey, Stupies, you got.
Then let me answer the question.
We want to be able to have the conversation.
Are you Dr. Umar?
No. You have to let me finish.
You asked the same question.
Okay, here's the problem right
here. Are you Dr. Umar?
No. You can't tell me. I have to finish.
Let him get it out, stupid. When he stopped talking,
crazy. This is crazy. Thank you, Chef. Me and Chef can go at it all day in the chats. Me and Chef been going at it for 7-8 years. and not let him talk. I don't mind your opinion, but at least tell me why he's a pseudo. Give me the material that you see as pseudo so I can look it over and be able to sit there and go over it with you so I can follow your argument here. What one of his works would you consider pseudo? So we can go over and you show me what pseudo specifically.
Can
A
I answer
bad hill
now?
to die on,
Can
bro.
I answer
A
now? Can I
bad
answer
hill.
now? Can I answer now?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead and answer. Everybody else mute up.
In his work, The Talented Tenth, W.E. Du Bois arbitrarily picked a number. There's no basis on which that number was chosen. Now, if you, Chris Harris, can show me the basis on which 10% was chosen, I will shut my ass up. But you cannot. So go ahead now and tell me that he did not arbitrarily pick a number. I'm done.
Okay. So your argument is based on his talented tenth doctrine. Am I correct?
You know that this is bullshit now.
I'm
What
just
you
asking
just
you.
did is bullshit.
But there was
No, this is
more to the.
bullshit.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is
What was
bullshit.
the
That is
talented?
bullshit what you just
No,
did.
it's not
No, no,
bullshit.
no, no.
Okay.
That is
This is
bullshit
the
what you
problem
just
right
did.
here. This is
No,
the
what you
problem
just
right here.
did.
Hold on. Excuse me. No, no,
It's,
no.
it's,
What you're
it's,
doing is you're
it's
showing me a
disrespect
lot
towards
right now,
me. It's
and you're
disrespect
saying
towards
because
me.
he
That's what
had. Excuse me. I'm not finished. What's the problem with me talking? I let you speak, and I was quiet. So you're saying that based on his talented tenth doctrine, that makes him pseudo. What was his basis of the talented tenth doctrine? I'm asking you this so I can be sure that's what you're saying, so we can go into his work because he explains to you why he called it the talented tenth. He said only the most educated Negroes, that was the common word used at that time, should be able to lead our people. That's why he called it the talented tenth. What's so pseudo about him saying only the educated should be able to lead our people? Because when we see people today that are coming around that aren't educated leading our people, they're still considered pseudo. But here it is, he was an educator. He was somebody who that was degreed, and he had a philosophy called the talented tenth. So I'm trying to figure out when you say talented tenth, once again, that's kind of broad. What part of it? There's more to it than that. That's not enough for me to sit up there and argue with you. But part of that doctrine or that philosophy, that's what educated people have. They use philosophy to speak, and they base it on the economic, socio-political, um, 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 the economic and social political arenas of that time. And at that time, not every African or people coming out of slavery were even educated. So it would only be a talented tenth that should be speaking for our people. He never said that people who weren't educated couldn't help or people who weren't educated couldn't speak. He said only the talented tenth should lead our people. That was for that arena at that time. And you're saying that it was pseudo at a time when we did not have a lot of education. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
This is
Chris.
So
like
why
trying
is
to
he
critique
Hold on,
pseudo?
Michael
Logic. Hold
Jordan's
on, Logic.
fadeaway,
No, I
bro.
don't want to change the conversation. I don't want to change the conversation. Say what you're saying. Just don't change the conversation. Go ahead, Logic.
I'm not. I'm real quick. This is like critiquing Michael Jordan's fadeaway. This is not a good hill to like die on.
I just want to give a little bit of pushback, Chris, or maybe we agree and you're just not being specific. Inside of that talented tenth, though, it was also ministers. So it wasn't just education. He was talking. It was educated, but then it was like I think he used the word exceptional men or something like that. And I think underneath all of it, he just wasn't talking about like the sharecroppers, the tradesmen, the urban poor and domesticated people, like domestic workers, like maids and stuff like that. But it wasn't just education in the talented tenth. It was also um, um, college graduates, yes, teachers, but ministers, writers, intellectuals, and professionals, whether they was educated necessarily or not. I think that's why he threw that exceptional men. And then at that 10, people get so caught up on that number 10. The 10 number was a symbolic thing. It wasn't exactly 10%. It was based off of something before him that he got from a minister, William Morehouse. I think that's the founder of Morehouse University, but he got that from William Morehouse, and it was just the symbol of a small group. It wasn't specifically 10%. Now, if I was push back
And he didn't
anywhere where I was
apply a
wrong,
biological factor to it, saying 10% of black folks are the smartest
genetically,
ones and all this
yeah.
extra bullshit. He ain't do none of that. He just saying like, yo, this is out of our group, out of our community, out of our population, let's take the, symbolically 10% of the smartest ones or whatever the fuck you was trying to say. But he's not trying to apply a biological factor to that though. That's not that doesn't take it into the realm of science or pseudo.
Okay, I'm gonna let Stu Peas respond, Chris. Stu Peas, I had to mute you, bro. You was coming, pausing. I was gonna say coming in hot. Pause. Go ahead, Stu Peas. You got the floor, but take your emotion out. Just talk to the brother, Chris. Go ahead, Stu.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I
Yes, sir.
speak without being interrupted? And since I was muted,
Yes, sir. I'll mute everybody else. Go ahead.
all right, two things I realized. The other day I heard somebody in the conscious community defend slaughtering chicken. And they went on a whole gish gab, blim blam, a bag of words. And they didn't address the question. None at all. They just spoke a lot of information and and think people that would be able to decipher. And that's what I witnessed here today. And I'm wondering if it's a trait of those in the conscious community when it comes to discussion. I made my point simple and direct. Now people are going to talk about um, W.E.B. Du Bois and the talented 10 and exceptionalism. I don't even throw in the fact that he was a colorist. Because if we look at that time and look who was the most educated and who were the most religious, and we look at them, we're looking at the blue vein society. We're looking at light brown people. So, but I didn't go into that version because I don't want to distract people. That he was a colorist, that he promoted the talented 10. At that time, who were going to college and who got the opportunity to go to college? The first
He's
person.
trying to trigger us, yo. He
No,
can't be
no.
serious.
All right, good day.
I said that the
W. Du
attack
Bois
on the
was
attack on the
good day.
light
That's
skins
what.
Good
again.
day. Good day. Good
No,
day.
hey, Stu
Good day.
Peas.
Good day. Good day.
Hey,
Have a good day.
Stu.
Have a good day. Have a
Deuces,
good day.
nigga.
Okay,
I will
no,
listen.
he
I will
said
listen. I will
he's
listen.
tapping out. Pause. He's tapping out. He's
I will
tapping
listen
out.
because other people can talk uninterrupted, but I can't. Have a good day.
Oh no, I didn't know you was done. Go ahead. I didn't know you weren't done. Keep going. Everybody else mute out. Keep going.
Yeah, because what is happening is that I ask him, where did W.E. Du Bois get the number from? And everybody is saying, oh, it was at the time, it was the thinking of the time, it was sociology, it was white people, but he ran with it. He ran with a percentage that he had no proof for. And because it's not a science, it was sociology. We allowed him to get away with it, and we should not have allowed him to get away with it. And he himself, in his lifetime, abandoned it, because you might say he might not have abandoned all of it, but he didn't know. He no longer discussed it in his latter years in life. It wasn't something that he promoted,
Okay.
and we know that. The history tells us that. He know
This
that
is
early the boys was
okay.
pseudo. All right.
Finish. Can I answer that?
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Well, first of all, you're absolutely wrong about the talented tenth. He did not make up the doctrine of the talented tenth. This is why I asked you guys about Afrocentrism or the person that has a problem with it. It was whites that made up the talented tenth
Yeah.
and said that they would lead all people. So his response to that talented tenth would be the talented tenth of Negroes that would lead their own people. And his response was anti-white. So when you said that he was a colorist, no, the fuck he wasn't. That's a lie. That shows me that you've never read his essay on the talented tenth and you don't know what you're talking about. You're just up here spewing rhetoric. The talented tenth was something created by them, and his talented tenth doctrine was for us. So this is how I know a lot of sometimes when I hear people talking, guys are just, excuse me, not you all, Stupies, you're just regurgitating YouTube talking points. Go read his essay. It's available online. It's called A Primary, and understand the socio-political movements of that time that were going on. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. That's game, match, set, point. You're done. You're done.
Damn. Any retort, Stu Peas, or are we moving forward? We're now you came when you got in, you were talking about W.E.B. Du Bois. Was that the only person you wanted to talk about, Chris?
I laugh because this is a joke. Later, I'm listening.
Peace.
What
Yeah,
you
so
saying,
I
Chef?
think he got. No, I'm saying like so. While Chris is here, can we address his conversation about why we are disagreeing with some of these Afrocentric scholars?
I don't know, but Du Bois was definitely a colorist. It just doesn't sound good coming from Stu Peas, but he was a colorist. It's not. Listen, I don't have to. I'm not trying to validate. I don't know what he means when he's saying colorist. Maybe he can give us some examples. But to say W.E.B. Du Bois wasn't a colorist, he definitely was a colorist. And I don't know how you
They
can.
not
I mean,
like us. They not like
he
us.
said it. Yeah, like
There's just
he
no
actually
comparison
wrote.
between.
Hold on, but he wrote about the advantages of being lighter skinned and more acceptable to white society. In the definition, that's like the definition. Now I don't know what
Okay.
Stu Peas is. That what you're trying to say, Stu Peas, or no?
That's why I stopped talking because he didn't know history and he deleted, he lied the first thing he said. He doesn't know anything. He just know to put a bunch of pretty words together. Chris argument. Chris argue like Unc. If you listen to both of them, you realize
We don't need to
they
slander
talk a lot of thing and
Why you doing drop?
to slander
You gotta fix your microphone, Stu. You gotta fix your microphone, Stu.
but later I'll be back on.
Go ahead. But he definitely in his
No, I
early
mean,
work.
you know what? I ain't gonna lie.
Chris was
Sometimes
talking
Stu Peas
about.
make some good points, but he long-winded and he be trying to trigger people, yo. He do.
No, they just listening. No, they just listening to the person. So when Stu P say colorist, you go crazy. I say colorist, you don't fight it. And if we're gonna talk about his previous works, in Dusk of Dawn, he reflects on how mulattoes often held leadership roles because they had more opportunity without fully interrogating how that fed colorism. His marriage and his social networks all often included lighter-skinned elites, which some critics say show personal bias. His early critics, including many in the talented 10th he admired, skewed toward lighter-skinned, mixed heritage Black Americans who historically had more access to education. Now, I think in his way of colorist, what he means is similar to Obama, that Obama was the perfect complexion for the type of person that could be president of the United States. I don't think someone the complexion maybe of a Miles Davis, to say that the United States wouldn't have looked at that a little different. I mean, we do live in the United States, and we can't say that fairer skin didn't give more access during that time. So he was a colorist in that way, but you can't say he wasn't a colorist. He wrote about it.
I
But now
mean,
Yes,
later
he wrote about
on,
it because
it's pertinent to
social
what point?
structure at
That
that
make
he
him
did write
pseudo?
about it.
hold on, one mic.
Can,
Chris, let him
can I
get
say
that off,
something
and then
real quick?
yeah,
Can I
go
say
ahead,
this?
bro.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
And then go ahead, Logic,
Yeah,
and then say
my
something
point. My
quick, and
point
then
was
Chris
short.
go.
Like he's saying it in what context to make the man pseudo? Like get the fuck out of here.
I don't know
Like
why he thinks
there's just not. You know, I'm kind of frustrated because there's just not enough bad about W.E.B. Du Bois to like try to force this argument on a I just that's the wrong guy. You know what I'm saying? That would just be the wrong
Yeah.
person
But
to
you know
even
that's
be
his
trying to
opinion.
do
Hold
that.
on. But you know he's not giving evidence though. That's just his opinion. That's his opinion. Somebody remember, I just argued Booker T. Washington. I just argued for Du Bois against Du Bois against Chef with Booker T. Washington. This is our opinions. There's two different social
You're right. I don't want to take over the
economic classes.
conversation. I just might be frustrated for no reason. But while Chris is here, right? Like we could be like I actually think that that'd be a good conversation talking to him about the Afrocentrics. We got him to show up, so we could actually have a conversation with him. We talking about Michael Jordan's jump shot as if Michael Jordan is sad
He
or
don't
some
know
shit.
what you mean when you say that. I'm sure of it.
You say he
Yeah,
He
doesn't?
I
don't like.
really don't. You said
Yeah,
we've.
either when
Look,
Yeah, when I hear
you
you say
say
you
these things, it's
finally
like these
got me
people been
here.
around. Yeah, he has no idea
no,
what
you
you're
know
I'm like,
talking
what are
about.
you
what I
talking
mean.
about?
What I mean by that is like, so we got another person who understands a lot of the topics, and he's actually like familiar with a lot of the elders. And the one elder we shouldn't be talking about, we talking about, right? So we could be having a conversation with Chris about some of the stuff that we didn't already built on, and we're like opening up a door that shouldn't even be open.
No, that's
But
cool. We
that
can
could
do
that
that.
could just be
Let me
my
say
Let me
opinion
this.
get
too.
his shit off
Let me
about.
say
Let him
this.
get his thing off about the
Let me let
colorless
me
stuff.
let me let me say
Yeah,
this
go
first
ahead.
of all. Oh, well, let
Go
me
ahead,
say this
Chris.
first. Let me say this
Yeah.
first. First,
I hear you.
can
I
you
was
heard?
saying is let you talk. I change the conversation. Let you talk.
Okay, yeah, I kind of like forgot my train of thought, but let me see if I can remember here about W.E. Du Bois. Yes, he did talk about the
Okay.
advantages of lighter skin, but he did not promote lighter skin over lighter skin blacks over darker skin blacks. He did not do that.
some
I'll
book
just
bag.
stop you, even though y'all having a conversation.
Yeah, don't worry about stopping me. Tell me to shut
All
my
right.
ass up. Is the
Okay.
audio back in the chat? Let me know. Go ahead, y'all talk.
Here's the point I'm making. I'm not saying I don't think you have to agree, but all of us in our life have put something on our resume to get to somewhere where we need to go. That is not something
I
unique.
never done that in my life ever.
Okay. Well, you haven't done that, but I would think that may be a common practice among some people or in certain circles to do so. So man, writes something to me that's not true. I
Have
can't
you
fault
read
him.
Dr. Ben resume?
What once again, bro, I'm just speaking hypothetically because I never read the man resume. A lot of the text you're talking about, I've never read, so I can't comment on that. I'm just saying if you're accusing the man of something along those lines, and if he did that, I can't fault him for doing it. I don't know what the accusation is. No one has brought up any documents to show me exactly what the accusation is. So I'm just speaking hypothetically about. I have people say he
No, he
said it.
just wasn't a doctor. There's no accusation. It's just factual. He wasn't a doctor. He taught
When
and led
he was a
courses
doctor, he
at
wasn't a
schools that didn't exist. It exists.
okay,
He
but
was a member or president of UNESCO, and UNESCO has no record of it. It's just all kinds of fallacies all up and down the conversation. So
okay, I'm
it's
gonna
not
say
these aren't that's why I don't like to even include him. The only reason he gets included is because brother Reggie and they stand on the shoulders of Dr. Ben.
I heard Dr. Ben
The
name
Black
from the
Men of the
last few people
Nile
that
is not
spoke.
considered an academic book. It's considered a social and cultural history piece. He got some stuff right, but he was talking about the dates. Some of the dates in there, we say that he didn't have access to it, but he did. He was making
okay,
mistakes in the book that just didn't make sense.
okay.
So it's
I'm
like,
gonna
it's not,
yeah,
I don't even like talking about him because I think he should be almost in his own class. Because the lying, the scamming, and the grifting he was doing was hilarious.
okay. I'm gonna have to stand down on this because I really didn't do any studying to be able to comment on it. If someone wants to bring forth a presentation and explain it to me better, then I could comment. But I can't comment on what I don't know. I
Okay,
can't say you're right or read and because people say all sorts of things.
okay.
So I'm not gonna look into myself for what
You know, Google is free, right? All we gotta do is look up people in the 50s, 40s, 60s. You can find plenty of black scholars, plenty of black people that didn't lie, that didn't scam their way. Only in the conscious community do these names that y'all keep naming stay alive. That's it. Only here.
said. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. I'm
Joey, he's
saying
not
I
No,
talking to
don't
no,
know.
you
that wasn't for
live.
you. That
He's
was
not
not to
talking to
you,
you.
Joey. That was
Yeah,
not
he's
to
just
you.
talking live. So real quick, so with Benjamin, false claims of degrees. Ben Jocannon repeatedly stated he held advanced degrees from Cambridge and University of Barcelona. Those universities confirmed that he never attended those schools. He reportedly used these inflated credentials to gain access and credibility, admitting that he used them tactically later. He claimed Aristotle visited the Library of Alexandria. The library was built after Aristotle was dead. He confused Cleopatra the Seventh with a fictional Cleopatra the Eighth and linked her to plots including Caesar, Julius Caesar. He posted that real Jews were African and that contemporary Jews were imposters. That's anti-Semitism. With these ideas, so I'm sure there's more. There's things about his birth. There's things about him being an atheist. There's things about him being a Muslim. When you say these things and you promote these people, you can look at the good that they did, right? And one thing I don't want to do, shouts to hits. If these people are near and dear to you, then nothing I say of my opinion of them should affect you or your feeling on them. So I'm not
And
trying to destroy
I'm
them.
not trying to convince
Yeah,
nobody. I'm just
yeah.
giving my
I'm not trying to
opinion.
But do you
convince
see?
anybody.
But do you
This is
see
my
why? Do
opinion.
you see why this can be considered? Do you see why this can be considered rage bait? Because there are white Eurocentrists who lied on their resumes. There are white Eurocentrists
Fully
who have
agree.
lied
And they get
on.
thrown out the same
I
way.
fully agree. Fully agree.
But what I'm sitting
But
up
I
there
don't
saying
agree with the
is,
rage bait. I
as
don't agree
a
with rage bait,
oh,
but I agree with that.
yeah, but what I'm saying here, as someone who's educated, is yes, I do agree that he's lied on his resume, but did what he said hurt you, or did it enhance you and convince you to further your study? Why would you study
If he
African
was
history and then go back to the man that, let me finish.
okay,
Why
go
would
ahead.
you further your study because of Dr. Ben Yahakanan, further your study because of him, and then turn right back around and tear him down? He told us to forward his study. I don't get it. Hey,
So
let's
you
go tear
think
down the person who inspired us to. I don't think I know. I don't deal with I think. That's Christian shit. I don't do that, bro.
I was
You
gonna
know
ask you a
that.
question. No, I was gonna ask you a question, but
Yeah,
I wasn't
yeah.
saying you think. I was about to ask you a question.
You
But
know,
go
think and
ahead.
believe. Yeah,
Yeah,
think and
yeah, I know.
believe. That can. Yeah, Okay, so
I got you. I
that's what
got
I'm saying. If a man inspired you to study, why turn around and then tear down the person that inspired you? Hey, man, I'm forwarding Dr. Walter Williams' book, The Origins of Christianity. Yes, I can see he got some things wrong in there, right? But I'm not going to sit here and tear him down, right? That's why we got brains. We help forward their scholarship. We enhance it. This is what he got wrong. Okay, but this is where I'm making the correction at here. Write a paper, have it peer reviewed. That's all I say. Talking on YouTube is just for fun. Let's do some of the hard
But
work.
Chris, but
So
Chris,
so
what makes sense? But guess what? People don't do
Hell out here
that.
in Florida. Say what?
we can't really hear you,
So
Jerry. We can't hear
Okay.
you.
what I'm saying is, what you're saying is correct. But people on YouTube have clickbait. Some of them can't write. Some of them can barely read. And when you read them an academic article, like they don't understand what the fuck you're saying. So while what you're saying is right, these people on YouTube are to trick you because they think you don't know what the fuck is going on. Because when they're reading, they think you can't understand what they're reading. And you don't know how to go and pick up a book and read it and come back and tell them what you just said was a bag of bullshit. Therein lies the problem. Education is not the goal on YouTube. Clicks is the goal on YouTube. So sometimes
So
on
okay,
these
go ahead. I apologize. I
platforms,
can't tell you.
because everybody's not for education. They would say that. When you hear them talk, you know they're just looking for money and they're grifting. All of us know that. We know bullshit when we hear it. We are black people and we've been around bullshit as forever. So we know when shit just don't sound right. It don't feel right and it don't sound right. We know that. So you can
So
put your level
So these people
of
can take a
standard.
non-academic approach and they falsify resumes and did all this shit to get these jobs. Now we got to come behind them and do, man, that shit sounds crazy to me, man. What the fuck?
so
That's
so
crazy. Like we can't sit talk about them and be now we got to go write papers and do all this shit, man. And they was in academia and stuff. Man, come on.
That's not what he said. That's not what he
so
said. So
your credibility in academia is your currency. And when this is when Benjamin is the person who is you're supposed to take his work and further it. No issue with that. Right, some, but not enough to argue it. But if he's at Cornell, if Dr. James Turner brings him to Cornell to teach and be a guest lecturer, you have to start expecting accuracy. And I have no issue, Chris, with marking him as cultural, marking him as a historical figure, and tearing down. That's what I say. I don't. When you critique somebody's legacy and look for accuracy when they're calling themselves a doctor, I don't think that's tearing down. I think that's setting a standard. I think is this person is the doctor. This person is speaking for trying to get you into more of an African centered mind. The standard. I don't think I'm holding a high standard for somebody that calls themselves a doctor. So when you say that you're Dr. Ben, but you're not Dr. Ben, if we start right there, they were calling him Dr. Ben before he taught at Cornell, before all of these honorary degrees. And a lot of the people that were calling him Dr. Ben didn't know that he wasn't credible. He wasn't um in the academic sense of the word where credibility is currency, he wasn't that. Part two, when you I guess if you're saying we're critiquing his legacy as tearing him down, if you want to follow Dr. Ben and his teachings and this, that, and the other, that's cool. But most times we don't talk about it until I start hearing people say things like, you know, what was wrong with Black Man of the Nile? They don't know that some of that stuff is inaccurate. And I know we give them the credit of looking stuff up, Chris, But you, Chris, you said your degree. Well, even you would understand that most people are just unscientific and will accept whatever's put in front of them without any research. And then when you do that, and nobody takes the stance to say some of this shit is incorrect, and at least say that this is incorrect, and they're saying it's okay to do your resume. Some people think that in 2025, and white people did it, cool. But we're just taking the stance of this is
Well,
what he got
well, let's
wrong.
look at it like this. Let's look at it like this, bro. Let's look at it like this. Let me put my seatbelt on before I crash, get a ticket.
Yeah, and
All
don't
right, check
please
it out.
don't crash. I don't want to be the podcast where you crash.
Yeah, yeah, which makes absolutely no sense. How can you crash just because you ain't got your seatbelt on? Listen to this. Listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I want to make an example of somebody that was on the panel. Somebody said he just made the talented 10th up. But had you studied his works of Soul of Black Folk, had you studied the social political arena at that time, you would have known the talented 10th wasn't even made up by W.E. Du Bois, right? Or Du Bois, right? You would have known that.
Right.
So when I say tearing somebody down and I hear somebody on here making these statements that they're making, and I ask a question, have you ever read this book? I'm giving you a chance to say yes or no so I can know how to address you. Because you're
Right.
speaking as if you know, and sometimes people have not read the work. Nobody's ever heard me on other people's platforms, right? And somebody asked me a question, hey, Chris, what about E1, B1, B, blah, 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 and all that other genetic stuff, right? I'm like, oh,
Right.
man, I stay out of those conversations. I'm not too familiar with those. I don't tether onto the conversation and try to insert my opinion into those things because it makes you look like an ass. It makes you look
Right.
stupid.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if I look at Dr. Ben's work and I know he got some things wrong, right? I could look at DM Murdoch. I could see she got some things wrong, but it doesn't mean that the works aren't excellent. You see what I'm saying? Whenever you read a book, everybody knows you start the book at the beginning, which is the introduction. You know what I'm saying? It's like when Israelites was saying something about I can't even remember this guy's name all of a sudden. It was a book by let me just say it. They were always quoting this author, trying to say that he proved Israelites were in Egypt. I said, all you got to do is read the introduction. He said the Hyksos were not Israelites, but you would have known that if you would have just read the introduction to his book. Some people don't read the first 3 chapters of a book, which is primarily the methodology on how they come up with the conclusions, probably in the later chapters. Because most people don't know how a book is written or the criteria that must be met for a book to be published and for a book to even be written in the first place. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, I'm with you on this. We got to stop half-assing shit. If we're going to be part of this community, we got to just stop half-assing, period. Right? Too many times we just want to take this half-ass road and begin to talk. Right? I'm not really with that. So I'll try to say, have you read it? If you haven't read it, then you really don't know. You just making an opinion on something. And then it becomes an argument and the trolling starts. And that's where the conversations always go left. But they don't never go the right way. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a nigga on YouTube.
No, you're pretty.
Read the book.
Yeah, I will tell you got some academic. I don't agree you should read the book. We disagree there, but that's another conversation. But when you'll see my
Wait a minute, you shouldn't read the book.
No, listen, we disagree, but I don't want to go down that road because we ain't got enough time. And hopefully, Chris, we'll have you back more as a because I mean you're definitely one of the thought leaders in the community. We'd actually like to have you back to talk to you specifically about some topics if you don't mind. But in regards to
yeah, but Chef know why I'm coming after him right now. I don't know why he hiding on this Discord here. I'm coming after Chef. He know what's up.
Chef cut the hair. Sometimes he be selectively cutting the hair when he don't feel like getting into it. But my thing is, Chris, my thing when we say the half-ass, we agree on that. Pause. But this is why I say I kind of want things that are cultural in this particular community to be labeled as culture. You say it's excellent. Now, this is where I say it's excellent. It's excellent as because I agree them trying to make African fight Eurocentrism and correct the mistakes and make things more African centered. But I think it has cultural impact fully based on the times. That's where culture, I think you can use the times. I don't think scholarly should ever be adjusted because of the time. because he can most certainly have huge cultural impact and be in the wording and the writing and the feeling and the mood based on culture could be that. On top of that, if you're saying I'm using plain language and I'm using because I know who I'm talking to, I'm speaking to a specific group, and that's why I'm using this language, and it's the corrective push of Eurocentrism, cool. But my issue, Chris, is when we start saying that these works are scholarly and academic, and they're not. And they do get some things right, but the things that they get wrong, when you're making unsupported claims, when you're just making simple factual errors like the Library of Alexandria. I don't know, I'm pretty sure you know a lot about the book process. These books, the book could be done 1 year and it might not get put out, just do vetting and checking this and seeing if they could say this and copyright, all these different things. So if you're putting out books that got unsupported claims, haven't been fully vetted, have factual errors, you're saying you're a doctor and you're not. And we all know that you can use the doc. There's a reason why people put the doctor in front of their name when they're not, because it gives the book some kind of false kind of credibility. And then when you somehow mix in history with the culture and the politics and calling it an academic book, just call it a cultural book. And then we good. But if you saying that this is academics and you need this is an academic scholarly book and you need to read it, I just don't agree. And that's where I fight. So I
Brother,
would
this
never
ain't bad.
say
I'm
that it's
sorry,
not
this ain't Back
cultural.
to the Future. You're arguing in a modern sense. You're
Yeah, of
arguing
course
in
I
a modern
am.
sense.
Of
We
course
can't,
I am.
yeah, but we can't argue in a modern sense, based on the way, and try to critique things in a modern sense, which, like in 1960, 1970, that was accepted. 1980, 1985, certain things were set, were the standard at the time. The standard is
Scholarly
always
wise?
raised. Yeah, scholarly wise. The standard is
No,
always
we
raised.
disagree.
Different form, hold on. I don't disagree. I do disagree with what you're saying.
Okay.
Different standards are accepted at different times. That's just simple. When you're if anybody's been to school, you know that, right? Like,
I've
let's say
been to
for instance,
school.
even in forms of writing and technology, right? Like, say for instance, United States government and their cybersecurity teams are saying, look, C++ is outdated, right? They're saying it's outdated. We need to get something else here, right? It's get too many times it's been hacked. You understand what I'm saying? The standard is changing. Same thing with education. The standard is changing. So, I mean, we can agree to disagree on here, you know what I'm saying, peacefully.
No, no,
But
no, no,
you know what I'm
no, we
saying?
definitely
What we
can.
need to start
And I
doing is
think,
opening up these books.
yeah.
What we need to start doing is opening up these books. And that way everybody could be held responsible for comprehending what's read versus what's being said. I'm not always trying to comprehend what you're saying, right? Respectfully, I want to see are you comprehending what you're reading? You know what I'm saying? That's when the conversation get real serious. Okay, today we're dealing with this book by Naim Akbar. Everybody need to be reading this book so we can go into it and then start vetting this book, and we can start talking about what he got wrong versus what he got right.
He did that
Black
to a
scholarship.
portion.
I don't do that.
But do you
Can't
know?
read
So
everything, but we read some of their stuff while we were determining some of these things. So we didn't just make up these things. Like we read over some of Naeem's stuff. We read Iceman Inheritance Ford, written by John Henry Clark. We read some of their stuff on the chat in the group.
yeah,
You know.
this isn't everybody that hasn't read it. And then the second time, what I meant by there was never a time where when I say scholarly, now if we're saying in the Afrocentric publishing circles, it's not because it doesn't have to be scholarly. If that's what we're saying, then I'll agree. But if you're putting out an
I
academic
heard y'all
textbook
say
as a
Dr. Cress Welsing was a pseudo yesterday. Her
she is a
works are
pseudo.
vetted on college campuses.
She's a
No, her
pseudo.
works are vetted on college campuses.
Where's
She's a
that at?
pseudo.
Okay, why is she a pseudo?
She's a pseudo
I mean,
because she
show
puts the
us that
social and cultural
it's
theory
being
as
vetted on
science.
college campuses. I want to see that.
And it
Too
wasn't,
many people are
she
talking
just
over one another here.
go ahead, Sid.
I want to be
Go
able
No,
to
I
hear
ahead.
just
one
want
at
to
a time.
see
Go ahead.
where I want to show where he said it's being vetted on campuses because he found letters of people writing to
Oh yeah, I got the
Howard.
JSTOR article.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I got the
I'm
I
not
got
saying
the
it don't
Wizard
exist.
article
I'm not saying it don't
here.
exist. I was gonna add what
Oh,
I'm
it don't?
saying. I didn't say it don't exist. I'm saying I was gonna add before you jumped in we found letters from different people writing to Howard because they didn't offer her a chair for tenure, calling them Negro lackeys. Like we've seen her be rejected by academia as well as since you're saying she's been accepted. So that's why I said.
And I don't know what JSTOR has to do with this. JSTOR has nothing to do with what we're
because
talking about.
JSTOR. No. The reason why is if anybody's been to college, you know that if you enter in your www.edu.org in the college that you graduated from, you have JSTOR and you can go in there and pull
But
articles and
JSTOR isn't a
whatever.
certification system. It's just an archive.
I didn't say
it's an archive.
We know
So
it's an
for
archive. Yes, I do know it's an
Hold on,
archive.
wait.
But you have
For
professors.
pseudoscience.
You have
No,
professors. Hold on. You're talking over me while I was speaking, bro. Is it okay?
No. I want to get
JSTOR
clarity
has
to my
articles.
statement.
They have but they have articles from college professors that cite her works. That's what I was telling you.
Yeah, that's
peer-reviewed
fine.
articles.
Then they made a mistake.
It's JSTOR stands for journal storage. Like they store
Yeah,
journal.
I know that.
No, but saying that it's
I know that.
saying that professor cite her,
Buzzwords, guys.
No, listen. Saying that professor cite her doesn't mean that they citing her for peer-reviewed work. It just means they cited her work. It doesn't. JSTOR
No,
is
I
just
have peer-reviewed work that I have peer-reviewed work.
She doesn't.
From
Melanin
professors.
Theory is not
No.
peer-reviewed.
I have peer-reviewed work from professors in colleges that agree with her work.
So, this still don't mean it's peer-reviewed.
Okay, but you're trying to speak as if it don't exist. It does.
No, I didn't know. I'm not. No. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying you don't have what you have. But when we're making the claim that her work is not peer-reviewed, it didn't go through any academic rigor. She's a psychiatrist pushing biology and genetics on an entire race of people as inferiority or superiority, and then your response is, well, it's in JSTOR. Well, there's a lot of pseudoscience in JSTOR. Well, a professor cited it. He cited it. He might have been telling people this is what you're not supposed to do. And if he wants to,
that's not what I said. No. Don't do that. That's not what I said. The professor is. I told you that professor from Michigan State University is agreeing with her works. And I can sit up there and I can get right up there and I can cite the source, a peer-reviewed professor that's going to sit up there and say he agrees with her work.
So does it make
so
her
you can't sit up there and say what I'm saying with your buzzwords and context clues.
So when a
never
peer
submitted
review,
her work for peer
that school
review,
you named is a terrible school. But the professor that you named that is the peer review professor that cited her work. Now, here's my question to you: does it make her work peer reviewed and scientific? Does it change her work somehow? Because a peer-reviewed professor cited it.
The work was never submitted for peer review. Just because somebody cited
So I don't know why you're saying. Yeah, I don't get the professor peer. Okay, he pulled it from JSTOR and he's peer-reviewed. But the work he pulled wasn't.
Russell American's work. Here.
American. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know. Did you hear what we said? No.
No, I'm in the what's it called? I'm in the store right
now.
No.
I got you. Sound like you were breaking up. It's cool. What's his name?
Okay, thank you.
Russell what?
Russell Gemerkin's work. Russell Gemerkin. He just died, right?
Yeah, Gemerkin.
He spelled his last name.
Gemerkin.
K-I-N, I think.
He wrote Barosius, Plato, and he wrote Barosius, Plato, and the Exodus. He wrote those books, right? He wrote Israelite religions and their origins. Most peer-reviewed scholars, they did not. His works was not peer-reviewed because he was self-taught, right? He was self-taught. He had been to school, but he was self-taught. He was not in the field. He was not considered an expert in the field. But now they all agree, and they were all saying, "Yo, he got a lot right based on his own theories." And then they started reviewing his works, and they're saying, "Yo, he got a lot right here." So just because you don't submit your works, your journal, or your work into a peer review doesn't mean that it can't be peer reviewed in the future. Now, we know he just died, if anybody's familiar with it, but his works are not being peer reviewed. And a lot of the top people are saying, yo, he got a lot right. This is amazing looking at his work. So we got to stop that. It ain't like her work can't be resubmitted into the field of peer review to be reviewed.
We can only deal
I don't get this argument.
We can only deal.
What was pseudo about Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's work?
Hold on. No. I want to stay right here. No, I want to stay right here. I don't want to go backwards. I want to stay right here. We're not saying that it can't be. Well, I am. I'm saying that the all statement.
You're saying a lot.
There's no way. There's no way with this blanket thing that she does with the melanin theory. The biologic. We know that her biology and her genetics were incorrect. So it can't be peer. We know that her work can't be peer reviewed. So to say that somehow now her work, the work that she submitted, not revisions, to say that somehow now Welsing's theories could be submitted now as if the biology and genetics changed, that they found some gene, some white genetic annihilation, that it could now be peer reviewed as false. But here's another thing. I'm glad you brought up Gamerkin. So this is what I was trying to say. Citation doesn't mean validation. It's not an endorsement. They could be doing it to critique. They could be doing it to show an example of a belief or social movement or to document the historical existence of an idea. Now, Gamerkin. Gamerkin is known for biblical scholarship, especially on the Dead Sea Scrolls and Plato's influence on the Bible. Exactly what you said. It says he likely, I don't know, I want to see exactly how he cited her, but he likely cited her in socio-cultural or ideological context, not proof that her theory is scientifically sound. So if he did cite her that her theory was scientifically sound, he'd be wrong. He'd be a pseudo. And then his field is not even what she was talking about. Dermatology, genetics, or neuroscience.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry. No, I never. Hold on. You're kind of. This is a technique called spreading. I'm not saying that his field was her field. I was speaking in the sense of
Nigga,
that.
you gay.
Who posted? Who said that? Go ahead. Keep going.
Get on it up for real.
Something I said must have been pause worthy. Just finish. We get childish.
He said spreading, so he must have thought it was a pause. So
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we do have children in here, Chris. It's not. Just go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm sitting up there saying is, nobody wanted to accept Russell Gamirkin's work. Everybody was saying no at the beginning. But then as they begin to review his works more and more, a lot of his theories became more and widely accepted, right? Like now he was working off of that's irrelevant, right? That's irrelevant. The JDEP in this conversation. I just want to know let's just get down to the bottom of it. What would be deemed pseudo in her works, as I stated before, so I can look over this and vet this? What would be deemed pseudo? Can anybody give me a chapter to read in any of her work?
I could just say the pseudo. I don't have to give a chapter. Her melanin theory. The melanin theory.
Her melanin theory.
Pseudo. The melanin theory is.
What is her melanin theory?
Hold on, let me. You know the melanin theory, Chris. Don't do that, Chris. Come on. You wouldn't even be having a conversation if you didn't know the melanin. No, Chris. Don't do that. I'm gonna no, Chris. Don't do that. We all know what it is. Because see, now you're forcing me to. I'm gonna say this to you, and you'll see if I understand it. She was making cultural statements about melanin. She was making social these were culture theories, political theories, and then she promoted them as science. She promoted them as a biological, genetic, white genetic annihilation, the penis envy, the homosexual, this and other.
Yeah, I remember those. I remember that.
Hold on. Okay, so stay right here.
I'm agreeing with you.
No. I'm not saying you disagree. You asked me where the pseudo was. When you take something that's not scientific but promote it as science, that's pseudoscience. Now here's the second part. She did you're educated. So she also did the cross domain. Now we all know psychiatry is interdisciplinary, but she wasn't qualified to be discussing biology and genetics in the way that she was discussing it. Where we have the issue with Cress Wilson, let me be quick, is that she didn't submit this to APA, AB. She didn't commit it that way. She didn't do the DSM. She didn't want to meet any of the criteria. Cool. But when you go to unscientific people and start presenting it as science and using the doctor in your name, the people that's listening to you don't know that this is doctor of psychiatry. They're looking at these unscientific people are looking at the doctor in her Frances Cress Wilson as if she's presenting something scientific. Wait a minute. And then they go further and spread this as something that's scientific. And this is how we end up with Umar Johnson. and polite.
Oh God.
And Tariq
How you?
Nasheed
Oh my
talking
God.
about yes,
Oh
yes.
my
I'm not
God.
yes.
That's
No, no,
listen,
wait, wait,
listen,
wait,
hey, listen,
Chris, don't cut me off.
listen.
Chris,
I
don't cut me
figured you
off.
would spread
Chris,
like that. I'm not cutting you
Chris,
off, but
don't
you're
cut me
spreading
off. You
now.
are cutting me off. Give me 1 second.
No,
I'm not saying that they knew Frances Cress Wilson. I'm not saying that she did it to create a Umar Johnson. I'm saying that unknowingly or knowingly, they took her theories in 2000s and 2025 and are pushing it on more unscientific people. They're weaponizing an incorrect message, and nobody is saying that it's incorrect. Because you know it's funny, Chris, you cool with Unc, right? You're saying that she's not pseudo.
Yeah.
Unc immediately when we was having these conversations, I'm gonna speak French to you. He said, "Fuck that lady. We don't even look at her as credible as far and what she was talking about." He said, "I don't even know what it is.
They
Y'all the
said
ones that's
we
teaching
don't
this
teach
shit."
that.
He said, "We don't even teach this shit." So explain to me how y'all two on both ends of the spectrum, thought leaders in the conscious community, are saying you're saying that you don't even think she's pseudo, but one guy on the other end is telling us, "Oh well, she's most certainly her work is pseudo, but I understand it because of the times, and she had to be pseudo and she had to be racist because they were doing that with her." Now, when you say that we're
He
missing the
dropped off.
point. How did you and Chris? Okay, the chat didn't drop off, Sid, and we and you. Now you see where we going. Now you gave me a perfect example as to why I don't know if we're the ones that screwed up or if it's y'all. Because now thinks she's pseudo, you think she ain't, and you intelligent.
So
You think the melanin, you don't even know what was pseudo about her
I'm trying to
work.
figure out how he missed that she was sitting here putting a
Let me
genetic
let
disposition
me
on
add
these
a
folks.
I told y'all that'd be a much better conversation.
Like,
let me
Yeah,
add,
and you were
are
right.
we
You were
not
definitely
aware
right,
that
Chris.
Well, I
she's
tell
saying
you
that
what.
these people have
I
something
tell you what.
genetically
I tell you
wrong with
what.
them? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's crazy. You can't make that
Oh,
type of
he
statement about.
he dropped back on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I had a phone call that came through.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Hey, Chris, would you consider her
I
among
mean,
the best of our
you say
scholars?
what?
Hold on, let him get his point out. He was just listening.
You say your point
But
first, so you
then
don't forget.
logic, but now
Yeah. No,
logic,
I'll
you
answer
take
that
over.
question. Yes. 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 Because at that time, people of dark pigmentation were taught to be thought of as less. So she created a science that said we were more than less. We were better than less.
So
See, I
she
gotta keep on saying a
created the
lot of you guys don't
science.
understand the social
As
Did
long
you
political
just say
on,
she
on a,
she
created a
created the science,
science?
I'm
I,
cool. I'm
yeah,
done.
so
I'm out of it.
if she's in a
All right, go ahead, Logic.
No,
yeah,
I
thank
mean
you.
that was the question.
Thank you.
He said yes, she would be among the best of us, among the best
Created that, yeah.
representation of
So
us. Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Yeah, she's a great representation for us, yes. Yes. They taught
Interesting.
that people with dark skin were
I
stupid and
definitely think she's
inferior.
a great.
She was
No, I
telling you that
definitely
she
think she's a
wasn't. Do
great
you have a problem with
representation
that?
of us. I didn't say no. I didn't
No,
say
to the
she
person
wasn't
that
a great
said,
representation of us.
interesting.
Yeah, she was a great
I think it's
No, no,
representation of
no.
I
us.
I'm
do
not
think
talking
that's
to you.
interesting.
Okay.
I'm talking to the person that said interesting. Are you
That's
saying
logic.
that
I
when
do think it's
scientists were
interesting.
teaching okay, you guys talk when the other person is talking. Go ahead, I'll let you finish. I can wait.
I thought, yeah, I just said yes. I do think it was interesting. I didn't want you to think I was being anonymous. Go ahead. Yeah, I
No, no,
think
no,
it's
no.
interesting.
I just
So
wanted you to
what was your
finish your
question?
thought. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what was
I
your
don't have a
question?
question. I have a statement that I want to make. I don't have a question. I want to make a statement.
Hold on.
At the time, as early as in the 80s, they were teaching that black skin was inferior. Not as far as melanin, but people of darker hue, period. Black people, African people were considered inferior. She started creating philosophy saying that melanin makes you more superior. What problem would you have with that?
Not backed by
Scientific
science.
racism was prevailing since we've came into school, since we've gotten out of slavery. They use scientific racism all over the place. She said, fuck that. So you guys can call her work pseudo now. A lot of people have been to higher levels of education and now feel like you can tear down the very people who helped build you up. But I
But
don't do that.
in reverse
Her theory
promoting,
was that black skin is beautiful, black people are superior. I have no problem with that, and it's not pseudo. I am superior. You got a
So
problem
Chris,
with that?
So
do
you
you
saying
get
On
the
it's
you.
logic?
okay?
No, Chris, but
If
do
you
you get the
if
logic
you're
of
superior because of your if you're superior simply because of your biology, genetics, and melanin, then you're pseudo too. That's why you don't see it. And if you want to be pseudo, that's fine.
Hold on, hold
But
on,
that
hold on.
would make
Thank
you
you.
pseudo.
Hold on, hold on.
And
Look,
why is it okay to promote?
I'll wear that P on my chest. I'll wear
No,
that
I
P
have
on
no
my
problem with
chest.
that.
And
Yeah,
I
I'm not gonna
stand
say
on
that.
So
Dr.
it's so
And you know what? Anytime we had a conversation, listen to what I'm saying. Anytime we have the conversation, when people are trying to make these call her pseudo, I'll always remind you of scientific racism that was existing in the 80s when most of us were in the 6th, 5th, 4th, 8th grade. I'll continue to say it. This is when she was on Phil Donahue. She would always contrast her works to the scientific racism that was to our kids at the time, or to us. She would always show it. That's the psychological part of it. And that's why I say a lot of your arguments are out of context every single time. Now, like I said, we got higher levels of education and you want to tear her down. Personally, I think it sounds silly because you ignore the
it's
context of
crazy.
why she wrote the book in the first place.
Y'all are ignoring it, honestly. Promoting racial stereotypes ain't never the proper response. I don't give a fuck how you do it, what you do. That
But hey,
ain't
yo,
the
hey,
right
thanks for
way.
letting me on. I got to get ready to get up out of here,
Hey, we
y'all.
appreciate you,
Thanks for
Chris.
letting me
Check
on,
y'all
y'all.
later.
I'll be back and build with
Yep.
y'all later.
Fact.
Okay, bro, peace.
I think the lesson, there's a lesson there.
We're
Like I
okay with
said,
promoting racial
as
stereotypes.
long,
That's what I'm
yeah.
learning.
Yeah. I
That's
think
what I'm getting out of this.
that's pretty
Promoting
much
racial
it.
stereotype
it's
ain't nothing
all
wrong with it.
reinforcement that it has to be done, right? In all of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, listen. Sears B says the best education is the one you have access to. Afrocentric scholars made education accessible by teaching in the schools, and the kids attended, even if they didn't get everything correct. The last sentence is the issue I have. I agree with the entire.
And we're not expecting them to get
Well,
everything correct. We're
expect
expecting
them.
them
Yeah,
to not make up shit. We're
yeah, but
expecting
don't make up
not make
stuff.
it up.
Yeah, like it's not.
Be
We
funny.
just not. I see now. I don't even want to
Do
talk
you think? Do
about
you
this stuff
think?
no more. But somehow we always no. Let me finish this. So it says and then keep your thought. Don't lose your thought. I'm in the chat for a second because they are here. He said he's extending an olive branch. Shouts to Series B. It says how many classes did Mary Lefkowitz teach to those kids in Harlem? I don't know, but I would assume none. But I would say my retort to you would be how many credible professors and actual doctors did Dr. James Turner skip to get to Benjamin Youssef to teach to be a guest lecturer and part-time teacher at Cornell University. So
And
I
I'm not
answered
familiar
your
with
question, none. Now answer my
I'm not
question.
familiar with
How many
Mary
did he skip?
Lefkowitz, but where did Mary Lefkowitz teach race science? I don't know. I thought she was like a scholar in like Greek, whatever, like Greek history and shit. Like I don't know.
No, I
Maybe
don't know.
she
That's
might have
Corey
enlightened me.
and Shefton. I don't know. I know that I know she sparred with him. I was gonna watch the conversation between Mary Lefkowitz and him.
Dr. Clark.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, Dr.
yeah. I
Clark
was
was
gonna
on at
watch
that
it. No,
time. He wasn't really.
she talked to
I don't
Benjamin
even
too.
think he took it serious, but she was kind of like putting a lot of stuff down that's be evident.
Yeah,
I
no,
can't.
she was talking to Benjamin
I'm still
too.
on Dr. Clark's side on that one. I don't care whether I agree with him or not. For the optics, for the most part, Dr. Clark, I don't have a problem with him. Like I don't see him. I was like when we read the Iceman Inheritance, and he said like, "Yeah, I know this shit ain't it." And even though he proceeded to give credence to it, like it let me know that
See, you couldn't even say
still
that
aware.
second part. Said you couldn't even say that second part with a straight face. You said he knew the book was racist,
Because
and he
I
was
mean, I
like,
can only take his
even
word
though he did
for
give
what I read
credence
for
to
what
it,
I
you
read
don't
him
even be
as.
wanting to say it.
I can only take his word for what I read him as, but I don't see Dr. Clark as like on the extreme side as I see like the other ones. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes, said, but at the end of the day, him and Dr. Ben were started out as self-educated people. And
But I
then the
don't. But
degree
I don't
I hate that
remember
word
Dr.
now.
Clark lying.
so
Dr.
But
Clark
here's
just
what
say
I'm
he
saying.
hosted a
If,
UNESCO conference and shit. Like, I
okay,
mean,
bro. If a man is blatant out and out lying, we could admit that the man was blatant out and out lying and overlook it,
he did it
or
to
we can.
gain trust, though.
But here's what
I
I'm
can't trust
saying,
you when
though.
you lying to me, bro.
But here's what I'm saying. I, as a black man,
Can
can
you answer
decide.
that question? Can you trust someone that's lying to you?
I'm about to answer your question. Sometimes as black
So,
people, when
no.
we see black people do shit, we forgive them because they're black, and we think that we owe them that forgiveness, as opposed to someone else who doesn't look like us. I'm not saying that's right or that's wrong, but
Yeah.
that's how it goes sometimes. Because you
I
see
agree.
the other things that they did, and you say, he told a lie here, fuck that. He still allowed us to be able to go to certain universities that we weren't allowed in, to sit down and learn, even though he might have lied his way into it. So I can overlook the lie because now I can go to Cornell and sit down. I can go to Hunter and sit down because he might have told a lie to get
What's
in
the
there, but now I
importance
can
of
sit
sitting
down.
down and
Yeah,
letting
but then you
him
look at
teach,
his
though?
works.
Like,
His
why is it
works
important?
weren't.
Why is it
Come
important to let
on,
him?
Joey.
Why is it
Come
important
on,
to let
Oh,
Joey.
listen,
all
all
those
I'm
other
saying
professors
is
at
this.
Come
Cornell
on, Joey.
get
You
their
you
degrees the
you
right
you don't
way?
even believe the words that's coming out of your
All
mouth,
those
Joey.
other
Listen,
professors at
bro.
Cornell, I ain't gonna say all because
Listen, bro.
that's a wild blanket statement.
Listen,
I'm pretty sure the majority of Cornell staff weren't lying. Like, I mean,
bro. I
you
am not. I am
can't
not
excuse that.
arguing. I am not arguing that. My argument is not whether he lied or not. I'm saying if you find out that he lied and he did, and that lie was worth it because he got to do good, then you have a right to forgive him based on your personal view of that. I can't argue with Brass and say, Brass, you got to forgive him. No. I'm saying if I found out about it, I might be willing to forgive him because he's black and
Just
he
makes me
did.
trust you less.
And I might think, and I might think that he did more good than bad with that one or two lies. That's all I'm saying. I can't tell you that you have to agree with
One or
everything he said.
two.
Stay right there, Joey. Stay right there,
You're
Joey.
never
Let me
gonna
ask
find
you a
anybody
question.
I
perfect. You
rock
have
with you,
to
Hold
Joey.
on.
You're
If it's
cool
for
with me.
short term, if you had Benjamin, I gotta break myself from saying this, but if you had Benjamin come into Cornell University as a guest lecturer or to give a speech, then it's a cultural thing. You could give it or take it. It's self-help, it's motivation, it's speaking to um white white-centered scholarship, scientific racism, Eurocentrism at the time. Completely different than bringing a person who lied to get in there. And then when they got in there, because now you're talking about short term and long term. Short term is the speech. I get some short term motivation. He says some shit, made me feel a lot better. Then
He
I
did
can
this
go
for
do
30
whatever.
years.
But if you talking about long term, Joe, then Joey, what happens when he's teaching you stuff that is just completely wrong, like just wrong, and then now you don't your job when you go to a teacher is not to go to them and say, well, now that he taught me all of this, I'm gonna go fact check all of this stuff. No, they check your homework, not the other way around. There's a reason why there's curriculum. That curriculum has to be put forth in front of a group to make sure that this stuff is validated. You don't go there for that. So if you're saying Benjamin's stuff was short term, cool. But what happened in the long term when somebody like a Chris Harris or somebody like an Unc or somebody like a thought leader or anybody that's trying to advance their education and do it the correct way, you find out like, damn, the Library of Alexandria wasn't even built yet. You start finding out
And how
that
and where's the cutoff?
there's like
Where's the
stuff that's
line?
like completely wrong.
You
So
can lie yourself.
hold on. So now you done lied yourself to get into the school, and then once you got into the school, you got the scholarship wrong. So now it indirectly hurts other African American doctors or black doctors at the time when they trying to get in there and do it correctly. You make everybody look bad.
Now
You
What's the
got to do it
cutoff?
correctly. If you don't
Now let's
expect the
ask you a
doctors,
question.
hold on, Joey,
No,
don't
hold
ask no
on.
question. 1 second. If we don't expect the doctors to be the standard, then who is the standard if it ain't the people with the doctor after? Who in the educational academic community do we hold to any kind of standard? Forget this tearing down legacy. That makes y'all feel good. If we're not, so we don't expect nothing from the doctors that get the doctorate just
What's
because
the
they black and
cutoff?
just because of their times.
You lie your way all the way to a heart
Damn.
surgeon? Like, what's the cutoff? Like, what do you say? Nah,
Yeah,
fam, you're going too far
who
with the
has to
lying.
tell the truth?
What's the cutoff? I don't lie your way to be a heart surgeon, bro. Like where do we draw the line at, man? Like, come on, bro. I can't believe we welcoming this shit. This is crazy. Where do we draw the line? He lied to get to his spot because it was tough back then. Where do you draw the line, bro?
Shit
Like,
is tough now. You know how hard it is to get a doctorate
you
now?
gonna
You know how hard
lie
it
your
is to
way up
get
to brain surgery?
yeah, like the shit is difficult as a human being, black, white, or otherwise. Was it tough then? Yeah, but I could show you doctors that did it and did it the correct way during that time. Stop with this lame ass excuse. Y'all think Afrocentrics is weak? Y'all think that they gotta lie to get shit done? That don't work. We're not talking about Jim Crow Reconstruction. We're talking about a time where there were other doctors. Last sentence, Joey, because you didn't talk when you had your chance. Now I just took it over again. Admittedly, give me 1 second. Y'all talking about a time where people on this panel, grandmothers had doctorates and worked in the field. What are y'all? This isn't 1780. We're talking about 1960.
But there's no disagreement that it was morally wrong. Some people are
No,
willing,
but it was intellectually wrong. You won't
but some
accept that.
people are willing to give him a pass because they think he did more good than bad. Nobody's arguing that.
Hey, Joey, what's your social number? What's your social security number, fam?
What's that about?
Never mind, bro. It don't even matter. I was trying to make a joke. It didn't work.
No, but here's what I'm saying. I understand, Brass, that you have a right to be morally outraged about these things, but you know what?
No, academically outraged.
No, I agree
that
with
he
you,
went
but
to Cornell University teaching students that teaching shit about the library to make an Afrocentric point. And I don't know if he did it because he was uneducated to it, but he was teaching from Afrocentrism and getting the shit wrong.
And Dr. Umar. Matter of fact,
You
Dr.
keep
Umar get a pass
saying
from me now.
how much
yeah,
harm
you
has he
keep
done?
saying morals. I'm
But
talking
how
about
much harm?
academics.
How much harm has he done as opposed to good with all the mistakes that he has made?
I don't
How much
know.
more
That's
good?
an indefensible answer. I don't know.
We look back at his literature. It rarely checks out.
I don't know.
But
I don't know how much bad he did, bro.
that is the question.
And you don't know how much good he did either.
But that is a
Hey,
valid.
I'm with Said Breeze, nigga. Oh, Umar get the pass now, yo. At
Umar
least
get a
this
pass
nigga got a
then.
motherfucking doctorate, yo.
All I'm gonna say is in 15, 20 years from now, I'm gonna say it was the times. That's all I'm
It
gonna
was the
say.
times. Yeah, it was the
Yep.
times, nigga. Yeah, that's
In
what it
30
was.
years, when we look back and niggas be like, man, Umar, blah blah blah. I'm like, man, it was the times, fam. It was 30 years ago.
And he keeps saying, you notice Joey keeps saying morally. You just skipping the academics, bro. You're skipping his credentials and his academics. And I told you, in academia, credibility is your currency. It's your credibility. It's not just so we can't just look past, oh well, morally he just lied. Your credibility is your currency too. So you can't just say this isn't like, and the funny thing is, I know when y'all saying this, y'all just focused on the intention. His intention was to uplift. Cool. He was reclaiming African heritage. Cool. And that's what you could celebrate him for. But goddamn, you just skipping the execution? You can have the greatest intent. Where Corey at? The road to hell is paved with great intentions. He's throwing in conspiracies, false credentials. Like, it ain't like he just lied about one thing. There are people that don't even know where he was born based off what the fuck he was saying. He was lying from birth.
All right, okay. But once again,
go ahead and defend it.
His credibility, I'm not defending if he did it, he did it. It's up to you to be
so
more.
What are you defending? What is your argument?
I'm not defending anything.
So I make sure we even talking about
this. I'm simply saying it has not seemed to damage his academic credibility with anybody up until this day. If it has damaged his academic credibility.
And Chris Harris is smart. Did you hear him say that Francis Cress Wilson wasn't pseudo? Did you hear him say that?
Listen, I can't.
No, I'm asking you. I'm just asking, did you hear him say that?
I did hear him say that.
He's the first person I've ever heard say that Francis Cress Wilson wasn't pseudo.
Well, I can't say if she was or wasn't because I'm not familiar with the works. But if she's going to say something like black is beautiful and I think black people are superior, I can agree with that. It doesn't have to be an academic observation.
If she's making it if she's telling black people scientifically that black people are superior, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, there is a level of biological truth to that.
Okay, hey,
Melanin is
this was a
something.
good show.
There
I
is a
love
level of
y'all guys,
biological.
bro. I don't have the patience nor the time to go any further with that. Hey, I
Hey,
love
we
Oh
gotta
y'all
hey,
though.
we gotta
shit,
put a
Joey,
fork in
say
it.
it ain't
It's a
so.